You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We are continuing to, let me turn that on there. We are continuing to follow up on Artemis today. I know we had 5 hours of live streaming coverage yesterday, counting you down to everything that was going on. We watched that launch together in the 6 o'clock hour on Fox 35 News and also on our YouTube and all of our live streaming platforms. So just a really cool moment there, but that was just the start of this 10-day mission. Things are moving right along. They've had a few issues. We'll get into that coming up in a little bit. But the Orion capsule is now headed toward the moon. We've been keeping an eye on the live views, which just went down actually a few minutes ago. But this is a visualization from NASA showing kind of where they're going. You see some of the telemetry there showing how far they are from Earth, 41,000 miles away from Earth, meaning they have about 229,390 plus miles still to get to the moon. So they are traveling about 2,500 meters per minute, moving fast and heading right along there. We're going to get much more into the Artemis mission coming up in just a few minutes as we talk about some of the things that are going on. You also see a live look at the mission control in Houston there. Been 16 hours and 26 minutes since this mission lifted off from Kennedy Space Center along Florida's Space Coast, and a lot of excitement now for what happens next. So we're going to get more into that coming up in just a few minutes. But right now, let me get you live to a virtual news conference that some National Democrats are holding today. Answering questions from reporters about the Trump administration, kind of marking the one-year anniversary of Liberation Day, the day that President Trump announced his tariffs plan last year. So we're going to go ahead and listen in live to this for a few minutes here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Administration, as you rightly point out, has national security consequences, has governance consequences. But honestly, the biggest consequences of that policy style are economic. There is no economic certainty in this economy, no certainty for businesses. And we're really seeing the ramifications of that. We're seeing the stock market careening from one side to another. We're also seeing businesses not be able to make long-term investments because they don't know what the policy environment is going to be from 1 week to the next, yet alone 1 year to the next. So a lot of reasons that we didn't get the increase in domestic manufacturing, we didn't get the GDP growth, has to do with precisely what you identify, which is the 2-week on again, off again shifts in policymaking, and in particular shifts in his trade policy, which have been really problematic for the business environment and for our economy more broadly.
Thank you so much. And that's all the time we have for questions. And for anyone that has outstanding questions, feel free to reach out to us and we can get you to the right people. We're at DNC Press at DNC.
So that's a news conference now wrapping up as they talk about the tariffs and Liberation Day. That's 1 year since that was announced. We'll get you back to a little bit more of that coming up a little bit later, since we just kind of caught the tail end of that. But let's talk Artemis because obviously a big launch yesterday, and now the 4 members of that crew are on their way to fly around the moon. And pleased to be joined this morning by Ken Kramer, who's the managing editor of Space Up Close. Ken, good talking with you today. Loved chatting with you yesterday at the press site, Kennedy Space Center. What an exciting day. And like we said, really just the start of an exciting mission. We're just kind of getting this underway. Looks like you're muted right now, so if you can unmute before we get going here.
There it is. I got it. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we've got you, Ken.
Right. So we did a little bit of acrobatics there. Maybe. So thank you. Thanks for having me. Thanks for having me yesterday. It was super exciting. Glad to be with you here today. The astronauts are in high Earth orbit right now. So, in a couple hours from now, this evening, at about 25 hours after the launch, they're going to do the TLI burn, the trans-lunar injection burn that will actually send them to the moon. So what they're doing right now is finishing up the checkouts of the Orion to make sure it's working. The life support is almost all new, 90% or so of it is new. So the launch was spectacular. I was so happy to be there, watching almost from the spot where we were talking yesterday, right at the edge of the water. I sent you guys some pictures. If you might have gotten them, you can use them. There it is.
Yeah.
Fantastic. It was so loud, so rumbling. It's the most powerful rocket NASA has ever built. 8.8 million pounds of thrust. It's 20% more. There's my shot of it going over the countdown clock and the U.S. flag. I mean, it just couldn't be more glorious. And this sets us up to establish a moon base and eventually go on to Mars.
Yeah, what was it like being out there? I know we talked to you ahead of time and talked to you a little bit about what you were, kind of feeling leading up to it. What was it like just experiencing that in person and being part of that historic moment?
It was just beyond belief. It was so exciting. I've waited for this for over 50 years. I watched Neil and Buzz when I was a kid, a little kid. And that's when Apollo happened. And that's what motivated me to become a scientist. Okay. So now I get to be there at the press site as close as you can possibly be as a scientist and as a journalist talking to you. It's fantastic. Thanks for having me on, because we got to motivate the kids to study math and science. That's what this is all about. We're putting people to work, but we're putting people to work on good jobs that builds our economy and creates new breakthroughs in technology. And that's how we motivate people and kids to contribute to our society. So it's just positive in every single way. And with the new announcements from Isaacman about increasing the launch cadence, everybody can be excited. I'm getting emotional, because it's not going to be 3 years between launches. It's going to be like 10 months to a year between launches. So we're going to have this again. In Apollo, it was every 3 months or so. It's hard to think about that and believe that, even when I think about it and experienced it decades ago, 5 decades ago. I can't even believe it. But this is the way we move forward. So yeah, it's like 15 on a scale of 10. I told somebody else, and I'll tell you guys.
Yeah, that's great. And it's been great to see, people talking about it on social media, all kind of excited by that launch. But like we said, that launch is really just the beginning of this mission. You talked about some of what we can expect a little bit later today. We had been hearing about an issue that they had with the toilet. It sounds like that's been fixed, but
yes,
that, I would imagine, was a little bit of a concern for a while.
Well, absolutely. We all need to use it. And it turned out, I heard there was a blinking light. They were able to fix it. Christina, who's the chief engineer on the mission, was the one delegated that responsibility. But it, like everything else on this mission, it is a test flight. The life support system is 90% new. It wasn't on Artemis 1. There were no people on Artemis 1, and really no life support. They were just dummies, crash test dummies, things like that, measuring radiation, which was good. But now we have people. And, if you want to send people to the moon and Mars, you've got to have environmental control systems and life support systems that are going to work without fail. So that's what they're finding out. So they did get that fixed, and a few other issues they had to work on. But that's what this mission is all about. But it is not endangering the mission. So they're still evaluating all the data. And, later this afternoon, they'll make a decision. Hopefully they will decide to go to ignite that engine on the bottom of the service module and go to the moon. And then they'll be there in about 4 days from now. And they're going to go and see the far side of the moon. And they will see things humans have never before seen. They're looking for a crater, Mara and Orientalis, that no human has seen. It's a giant impact crater on the far side of the moon So it's going to be real exciting. I was talking to people on the mission, and I got pictures of where that's going to be. So that's going to be a primary objective if they can find that. But overall, testing it out, and this then will set up the future missions, Artemis 3 in Earth orbit with the human landing systems as a checkout, and then eventually Artemis 4 in 2028 or beyond, actual landing on the south pole of the moon, and that's where the water is and the resources.
And we've been seeing some of those live views from Orion that the NASA's been live streaming. Unfortunately, I was hoping to show those right now. Unfortunately, the feed is down at the moment, just showing kind of that blue screen. But it has been kind of fascinating to see Earth from their vantage point just already. I mean, it's neat to see.
It's neat to see, and it's going to get smaller, and that puts everything in perspective. You know, you still see part of the Earth, but pretty soon they'll see as they recede away, they'll see the whole globe. They'll see the blue marble, and so that's what we want to see. They may even catch Earthrise. They're hoping to do that, like it was done on Apollo 8 back in 1968. And that motivated a lot of people and got the environmental movement started to save planet Earth and not pollute it. We've got to preserve our planet so that we take care of it. And they did, yeah, the fly around ops, the proximity ops with the upper stage, and that was really cool. I think that's probably the images you're talking about. You want to show them to your audience where they flew around the upper stage and then kind of used it as a docking target for the human landing system. So, and testing out the thrusters on the Orion. They need those to work so that they can actually do the TLI burn. So it's all testing out Orion, really critical, and everything looks really good so far. So we don't know 100% yet, but at least at this moment, everything is looking good.
Last thing here, Ken, assuming they make that burn and start heading toward the moon, how are things going to change as they get farther away from Earth and closer to the moon?
Well, they'll see the Earth become tinier and tinier, like a little marble, and then they'll see the moon grow and grow in size, and eventually it'll be like a basketball. Think about a basketball held at arm's length, and that's what they'll see on the moon. So it will grow in visibility as the Earth recedes in visibility. And there were fantastic shots of the Earth and the moon globes, okay, on Artemis 1. So maybe we'll see something like that on Artemis 2. It's just so awe-inspiring. And again, you see the Earth, and it was such a thin atmosphere that protects us from the utter desolation of outer space where there's no air and there's no water. So you get that perspective. Again, we have to take care of planet Earth, but we also want to explore the solar system and find out, are we alone? You know, is there life beyond Earth? Mars is a really good chance. They have found samples, the Perseverance rover, that have organic molecules in them, perhaps. That's why we got to have Mars sample return to bring them back. It seems to be the best evidence for life beyond Earth so far, but we got to get the samples back to prove it or not.
Ken Kramer, Managing Editor of Space Up Close. Always good talking with you. Thanks so much for letting us share in that special day yesterday and sharing some of those great shots with us as well.
All right. Thank you. I'm going to pick up more cameras and happy to help you guys anytime.
All right. We will check back in with you soon. Ken, thanks. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook right now. And we are taking a look at some new polling from Emerson College that looks at the state of the Republican primary in the governor's race, looks at the general election, some hypothetical matchups in the governor's race, takes a look at the Senate race, and then also taking a look at some issues, including redistricting. That we know Governor DeSantis has called a special session to look at that issue just in the next few weeks. And so that's something that we expect to hear more about from the legislature. But some interesting numbers, some interesting findings today from that polling. And here to break it down for us and talk with us more about this, we've got Dr. Aubrey Jewett, UCF political science professor. And Dr. Jewett, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me on today, Garrett.
So I want to start by taking a look at this Republican primary, because that would come first. So I think no surprise to see Byron Donalds so far out in front, but still a large swath of undecided. So what do you make of what we see here?
Yeah, I think two takeaways from this. One, Donald Trump's endorsement of Byron Donalds still means a lot for many Republican voters in Florida. And that's why Byron Donalds has such a big lead in the polls against all the other folks in here. But two, the second takeaway, undecided's at 39%. Donalds is not quite at 50%. So potentially that leaves an avenue, a lane for one of these other candidates. Presumably, I would think Jay Collins or Paul Renner, right? Since Collins is the current lieutenant governor and Paul Renner is a former Speaker of the House. That leaves an avenue for them to make some gains, right? There are a number of people that haven't made up their minds. I would put Fishback as a long shot, right? Who knows? In politics, interesting things happen, but he would, to my mind, be considered more of a long shot compared to Collins and Renner, since they have had elected office experience before, and he's sort of running as an outsider.
I'm curious because, we talk about the undecided and kind of the opportunities there. Who do you think that would most benefit? Because if a Trump endorsement mattered that much to you, then you probably would already be saying, okay, I'm going to support Byron Donalds, even though we're pretty far out from actually having to cast that ballot right now. So what you mentioned who kind of stands the most to gain, but what do you think they might be kind of looking at there?
Well, I think it shows that among Republicans or Democrats, and that was just the subset of Republicans, there are still a fair number of people that just aren't really paying very much attention, right, to politics and to the election, even though it's at the end of the year. In their mind, okay, it's only early April. This election is not till August, the primary or what have you. So they're just not really clued in, right? Even if they may generally support President Trump, they may not be aware that Trump has endorsed Donalds, and they're just not paying attention. And that's just, and I don't say that in any mean way, that's just like the average Floridian is probably like that at this point. I discover that in my classrooms all the time, right? And they're often political science majors, but they're not that tuned in, particularly some months before the election. So that's probably explains the undecided more than anything else. I don't know that it's a referendum on President Trump and his, the power of his endorsement, or a referendum on like any of these other candidates that somehow, are just not good or something. I think it's mostly the undecided. It's truly just they're not tuned into that race yet.
Yeah, that makes sense. And now let's talk about the general election race here that shows kind of looking at a couple of different hypothetical matchups between David Jolly as the Democratic candidate and Jerry Demings as the Democratic candidate, both of them against Byron Donalds in this hypothetical matchup. And what we're seeing is Donalds at 44% to 39% against Jolly, and then 45 to 36% against Demings. Does anything stand out to you about this? I mean, it seems like pretty similar numbers.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers are fairly similar. I'm not shocked that maybe Jolly's doing a little better. He's been in the race longer. He probably has slightly better name recognition. And again, this far ahead of the elections, that's largely about name recognition. And Jolly's also been able to raise a lot more money than our local, Jerry Demings, Orange County mayor. Demings has not been in the race as long, and he really, of course, has this full-time job of being the mayor of Orange County, and there's been a lot on his plate. So he hasn't been able to dedicate himself full-time to campaigning like Jolly has, nor to dedicate himself full-time to raising money like Jolly has. But having said all that, right, it's still pretty close between Jolly and Demings. Clearly, they're about equal. They're just a few points apart. The bigger picture, probably to me, to take away from this, again, good news for Republicans, in this case, most likely Byron Donalds, but, maybe not. They are ahead. And because Florida has so drastically changed in the last 5 years and become a more red Republican state after 2 decades of being a very competitive swing state, we would expect Republicans to be ahead. So that's sort of the good news for them. The slightly, I won't even say bad news, but the slightly worrying news, perhaps for them, and slightly hopeful news for Democrats, is you still got 17 to 19% of the folks in Florida say they don't know who they'd vote for. And yes, Republicans are up, but they're only up by like 5 points. If you look at the Jolly versus Republican candidate one, again, probably Byron Donalds. Well, you got 17% undecided. And you tie that with a number of the special elections we've seen in Florida and around the country that have favored Democrats. I read one study that said there's been 30 special elections for state legislatures since Trump was elected, and Democrats have won every one of them. That was, or where there was a flip, I should say. Not they haven't won every seat, but where there was a flip, where they were able to actually change party control, every one of them's gone Democratic. You see what happened in New Jersey. You see what happened in Virginia in their regular elections in 2025, sort of the opening midterms. That suggests Democrats have a pulse, even here in Florida, and they have a chance when you look at those numbers.
The fact that if it's even that close, I think Democrats at this point would take that, given some of those.
Absolutely, given what's happened to them over the last 4 years in Florida. As I said, at least it gives them some hope. Doesn't mean they're going to win. They might, but Republicans. And to be clear, Republicans are still favored. They're ahead in those polls. Mm-hmm. Voter registration lead of like 1.5 million now, right? So Republicans are definitely still favored. But I'll just say that the poll results suggest that Democrats do have an outside shot.
And one quick note on the Demings campaign. We've seen reporting from Politico that he's making some shakeups among his campaign staff and leadership there. So we'll see if the strategy changes, if things maybe change in the coming weeks for that. Meanwhile, let's talk about the Senate race here, and Ashley Moody up for election for that seat for the first time. Alex Vindman, who's has raised quite a bit of money. Angie Nixon, a state lawmaker. Mujica, we have learned, has dropped out of the Senate race this week, and making that announcement, and now running for a House instead. So you can kind of forget that one, but 38% to 46% and 36% to 47% again. So we're seeing very similar numbers, not just between those two races, but also between the Senate and the governor's race when it comes to these margins right now, Dr. Jewett.
Yes, and again, I think that's absolutely true. For the Senate race, it's pretty similar to what we see in the governor's race, just a slightly wider margin if you look at the tightest race in the one versus the tightest in the other. Moody's doing just maybe a tad better. That's probably not shocking because voters know her a little better. As I said, a lot of these early polls are just as much about name recognition as they are about anything else. And since Ashley Moody has run statewide and won statewide as Attorney General before, and of course now has gotten a lot of free publicity since she's been appointed U.S. Senator, her name recognition is pretty good. Again, having said that, the difference, say 46 to 38, 8-point lead, you'd certainly rather be ahead than behind. But with 16% undecided, if undecided voters strongly in Florida and across the country went Democratic, which could happen. We do know in midterm elections, the president's party on average loses seats. That's just a thing that happens over the last, maybe 23 out of the last 25 midterms. Then Democrats, again, they have a pulse, they have a chance. So I think that's probably the news out of here is Republicans have to feel good that they're ahead. On the other hand, they do know that they're an election cycle that favors the Democrats. And these poll results show that there's still fairly large number of undecided voters that if those voters largely broke the other way, upsets are possible.
Now, I want to talk about this one of the big issues that it asked about, and that's the mid-decade redistricting. I talked at the beginning about how the governor has already called a special session on that. What we see is that a majority of Floridians say that's a bad idea. 56%, 65% of Democrats polled say that, but also 43% of Republicans say that. What do you make of these numbers?
I say they're not shocking because just a little over a decade ago, we got more than 60% of Floridians to say we wanted to have quote unquote fair districts, the fair districts amendments, which provided that you wouldn't have gerrymandering to try to help a party or an incumbent when you draw these maps. And so more than 60% of Floridians, including a number of Republicans at the time, voted for that. And so it's not shocking to me that the average voter in Florida today would say, okay, look, mid-decade redistricting. I know the governor sometimes has said, oh, well, it's about, we've had an increase in population, or somehow they made a mistake the last time and they didn't give Florida enough seats. And so there's an apportionment thing. And maybe the U.S. Supreme Court's going to change the rules about racial redistricting. He said all these things, but most people know that at the heart of this, it's partisan gerrymandering. It's going to be an attempt because basically President Trump has said that, right? I mean, he said that out loud. He wants the Republican states to do this so he can try to keep control of Congress for Republicans. And so I think what this poll shows is that the majority of Floridians don't like that. I mean, they would prefer to keep the districts that we have and then just do redistricting every 10 years, like is the norm typically, except if there's a court case that requires you to do it. Not doing one in anticipation of a court case like the governor has talked about.
And the governor has called that a special session, but we also know that doesn't guarantee that the legislature does anything about that. So I'm curious your thoughts on how you think this might play out.
Yeah, if this was like 2 or 3 years ago, I would say, okay, the governor's called a special session. We're going to have a map that he's drawn and they're going to adopt it. Snap, snap, snap. That's what's going to happen. But clearly in the last 2 years, the last 2 legislative sessions, the legislature has been much more independent. Still majority Republican conservatives sharing the same party and ideology as the governor. But they have on a number of occasions stood up to the governor and not done exactly what the governor wanted. So it will be quite interesting. I think there's 2 things. One, will they want to do this? Will they want to have a midterm redistricting? And then 2, even if they did, there is the thought, again, that's possible, that if they try to draw too many more Republican districts, it's currently 20-8. Republicans have a pretty big lead right now. But some have said, oh, well, maybe Republicans could gain 2, 3, 4, even 5 more seats in Florida. The only way to do that is to have some districts be much closer. Yes, Republicans might have a lead in those districts, but maybe only by a few percentage points. And so you've had a number of Republican congressional incumbents here in Florida have come out on record publicly and said, we would prefer that you not redraw the lines because we don't want to be in a district that's very close, only a few percentage point leads, and where a lot of the voters might not know us because you've redrawn the lines. And so our incumbency advantage, sort of evaporates. And we know that in a midterm election, the president's party loses seats. And there's been some signs that voters are very discontent with President Trump. And so if you try to create a number of safer Republican districts by a little bit, if Democrats surge, maybe instead of Republicans winning more, Democrats win more. I mean, that is statistically a real possibility. So I think the Republicans in the House and Senate will really have a lot to weigh before they decide exactly, A, if they're going to actually draw new maps, and then B, if they do, how aggressive they will be in trying to create new Republican seats.
A lot of interesting dynamics at play, that's for sure. Dr. Aubrey Jewett, UCF political science professor, I really appreciate your perspective on this. Thanks for joining us today.
Absolutely, Garrett. Nice chatting with you, as always.
Yes, always enjoyed chatting with you as well. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Let's talk some theme park here today, because Disney has announced a new ticket offering that would allow you into the parks in the afternoons, starting at 2 o'clock. So joining us live now to talk about this, we've got Drew Smith. Drew, the Disney dude, joining us live via Zoom. Drew, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, there's so much theme park stuff going on that I am overwhelmed. There's deals, there's openings, there's construction, but I guess that's a good thing because it gives us some topics to talk about.
If Drew, the Disney dude, is overwhelmed, then there must be a lot of theme park news.
There is a lot, but I'm grateful to be busy, so let's dive into it.
Yes, let's jump right in. And what we know about this Disney after 2 p.m. Ticket deal that's being offered, what do we know about it?
Yeah, it's a very interesting offer. So basically, I'm assuming that if you're not a morning person, or you just like the parks at nighttime, or you want to see Happily Ever After or Disney Starlight or Luminous, this is the deal for you. Though after I talk about this, I'll offer my personal opinion on the better offer. But yeah, this is the Disney after 2 p.m. ticket. It's available for dates May 26th through July 29th. Again, you get into the park only after 2 p.m., but it's for all 4 Walt Disney World theme parks, and there's 2- and 3-day ticket options. From what I looked at, it seems like you're saving about $35 to $50 per day. But again, I think Disney has a better summer offer here. So I guess if you're not a morning person, I mean, this isn't a bad option. But my first reaction when I looked at this is, who is this for? Like, I feel like if you're spending money to go to the parks, especially with how much Disney is doing, like, there's a lot of stuff happening for Cool Kid Summer, which I know we're going to talk about, but it's just an interesting offer and something that I recently wrote about. I'm like, I think I'm going to offer that as just bringing it up, because if I'm going to buy a ticket offer, I would buy the Magic ticket offer, which we could talk about now.
Yeah, especially if there's not that much difference in price there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this walking in after 2 p.m., I feel like that's kind of the pass holder way of doing things, when you're just just kind of wanting to maybe do something or spend the afternoon there. But if you are buying a ticket specifically to do that, I mean, some of the parks, they're still open quite a while after 2 p.m., so you could still get a lot in. But it is kind of interesting to see.
Yeah, no, it's very interesting, and that's why it's like most of the time when Disney, like, I know there's a reason why they're doing this, or maybe they're just testing to see how people react to it. Again, there's been so many offers recently where I kind of feel like they're kind of testing to see what sticks and then run with that in the future, if that makes sense. But the offer that I recently wrote about on my Substack, I will give a shout out to my Substack, drewthedisneydude.substack.com. I'm kind of doing deep dives analysis on the theme park stuff, and just a few weeks ago, Disney announced a 4-day 4-park Magic ticket. So for $109 per day, you can go to all 4 parks, 1 park per day. So you can't go to Magic Kingdom on 3 of the 4 days, for example. You only get to go to each park once, but that's available for dates from May 26th through October 3rd. And you have to use all 4 days within a week of scanning in, but you get to go to the park for the entire day. It's a total of $436, and you get to see everything. So, and that's not just for Florida residents. That's for anyone. If you know friends and family, they could literally buy a 4-day 4-park ticket for $400. I feel like that's very affordable. And also the fact that because that ticket offer goes into early October, by that point, the magic of Disney Animation and Rock and Roller Coaster starring the Muppets will be open in Hollywood studios. So if you wait a little bit until after the peak kickoff on May 26th, well, you're getting even more value for that same $109 per day price. So personally, if I was buying a ticket, I would go the 4-day 4-park Magic ticket, and that's all available on Disney World's website.
All right, so a lot of things are happening. You got some options there.
Yep.
I've got the video here, so I just want to get your thoughts, because this is something we've talked about before.
Yeah.
Now that we've seen the paint job done on Cinderella's castle, what you think about that?
Oh, I love these classic colors, honestly. And again, shout out to Theron, who we know is our good friend, just for getting this footage. But yeah, the castle really does feel more elegant and classic. And me personally, I know this is a hot take, I loved the pink and gold colors that they did for the 50th anniversary. I don't mind change. Anyone who knows me, I'm like, okay, whatever. I liked how it glowed under the sunlight, but I will not deny that seeing these new colors in person, and also just how fast Walt Disney World completed this work, like, I remember earlier on this year that I was very concerned with how they were going to be doing this painting for families trying to take pictures, the photo pass sales, the crane being up all day. But it's kind of been it's been handled very well, is how I'll say it, because early on when they first started painting, the cranes weren't up at all. It was kind of happening invisibly overnight, but recently they have been doing that painting, and it's all done by noon. So like if you walked into the park at 12:15 p.m. to go get lunch, well, the castle's pretty much done at this point, and you can get that photo without any cranes whatsoever. So I feel like online I always see so much people being vocal about things that they don't like, but whenever something like this is done right, to where they painted it silently, and even when they were painting during park hours, it's or only during the morning, well, everyone doesn't acknowledge that. So I love the colors. It feels regal. It's elegant, just like the 1970s, and they did it the best way they could.
Yeah, it seems like it was pretty seamless for the most part there. So that's certainly good to see. And also shout out to your Substack. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed your piece a few weeks ago on the tropical Americas and kind of the story behind that. So I just wanted to
thank you.
Say that a lot of good stuff coming out of Drew's Substack, and I would recommend folks check that out. Drew, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
Where can people find out more information?
Yeah, just like, again, I'll remind everyone, Cool Kid Summer is coming up on May 26th. It's very soon next month. We have so much at all the parks. You have Rock and Roller Coaster, The Magic of Disney Animation, Mickey Mouse Jr., Clubhouse Live at Hollywood Studios. You have Bluey and Bingo at Animal Kingdom, Jesse, Woody, and Bullseye, and all those people at Magic Kingdom. So there's just so much good stuff for families. And I'm on every major platform, my website, drewthedisneydude.com, my Substack, literally anywhere you can find me, and I'll cover all that stuff for all of you guys.
All right, Drew Smith. Appreciate you joining us this morning here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here on this Thursday morning. Thanks for joining us live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook right now. The Miami Marlins are off to a hot start. They're 5-1 to start the season and got a great pitching performance from Sandy Alcantara yesterday, throwing a complete game, the first in Major League Baseball all season. And joining us live now to talk about that game, the Marlins start to the year, we've got Eli Sussman, founder of Fish on First, joining us live now. Eli, it's been an exciting start to the season. I know there's a long way to go, but it's been fun so far.
Yeah, not quite a perfect start to the season, but about as close as you could get. Too perfect for this Marlins team. So happy to be on with you again, Garrett.
And let's start by talking about this game yesterday and what we saw from Sandy Alcantara. We know he didn't have a great year last year. This seems like the old Sandy Alcantara that we saw yesterday on the mound.
Mm-hmm. And you put in that really important note that this was the only complete game we've seen in Major League Baseball over the course of this first week plus. That is what makes him so unique, his ability to eat innings in this era where teams are so careful with protecting arms from themselves, but because he is so efficient, able to get out so quickly, that is what at times makes him one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. And he put that on display. The first time that he has done a complete game since before his Tommy John surgery. It's been almost 3 full years since he had a performance quite like that. And that naturally has people very excited because he was pretty good on opening day as well, 5 or 6 days prior to that. So for him, a much needed bounce back year is already in the works. And I think a lot of people expected that from him in 2026.
Are you surprised that they gave him the leash? I know you mentioned his pitch efficiency yesterday, but are you surprised they went ahead and gave him that leash to finish that game and throw that complete game?
No, at this point, this kind of went as expected. There was more of a question in terms of his previous start where he had gone 7 innings and he was equally as efficient. And there's a question about whether they would have allowed him to go even deeper into that very first game. And but once it's second performance, and because he didn't really break a sweat, it was just inspiring to watch that. It really stands out how little effort he exudes to get the same kind of results that the other top pitchers in the league get. So I think this was a no-brainer decision, especially because the Marlins happened to have a huge lead at that moment. So they had plenty of margin for error as well.
Yeah, like you said, he didn't really ever have to sweat, which certainly makes things a little bit easier for you. How important is a bounce back season for him to the future of this Marlins team? Even if they're not contenders by the end of it.
It's massively important. I mean, starting on the bright side, half glass full, if they are contending this season, it's going to be primarily because him and the rest of their current rotation stays healthy. That is one big question hanging over this Marlins team. They made a couple offseason trades that reduced their starting pitching depth in the case of injuries, which means that it just applies more pressure on him, the couple veterans in the rotation, to stay available, because the next men up for those roles are mainly rookies who have very little, if any, major league experience whatsoever. That's critically important. In terms of looking beyond that, this is the final guaranteed year of his contract. And overall, his Marlins tenure has been just an extreme success as somebody that is one of the most accomplished players in the entire franchise's history. But they'll have to make a decision next year when he's due what would be the largest single season salary in Marlins history if they pick that up for $21 million in 2027. So for them to make that decision easier, and also to perhaps convince the Marlins to hold on to him as a player that has been in trade rumors the past couple of years as well, it's that'll make that decision, that'll simplify things. And then there is that trade scenario that still hangs over him, the fact that he is getting close to the end of his contract, that he is now beyond 30 years old, that I think the Marlins, certainly if they have to break up with him, if they feel that that is in the best interest of the long-term status of their organization, they would be in a better position to extract a lot of value in return compared to where they were even a year ago with him.
Now let's talk about this team as a whole so far. As we said, they're off to a good start. They've been fun to watch, had some great performances, exciting games. Owen Casey's been stepping up. What to you has stood out about this hot start for the Marlins?
If there hadn't been so many of these massive successes on an individual level and on a team level, Owen Casey, as you mentioned, might have been the headliner. He was acquired in an offseason trade when they traded away Edward Cabrera to the Cubs, one of their other starting pitchers, to get Casey. And that was certainly a divisive move because Cabrera was their most valuable pitcher last season. And they traded him for somebody in Casey that is still a prospect in that situation, and yet all he's done is drive in 8 runs in his first week in the Marlins organization, including a walk-off, a really dramatic one too. When the Marlins were on the verge of their first loss of the season on Sunday, down to their final out, he hits that walk-off home run. His power has been that carrying tool for him, and the fact that it has played out in actual games immediately, that doesn't really happen very often, and Marlins shouldn't take that for granted. He's going to be such a big piece of their team, they hope, for the next half decade or more, and he's only been overshadowed by another hitter on their team, Liam Hicks, who is in his second year at the big league level, somebody that I think most people had characterized as just a nice backup catcher for this team moving forward, somebody that hit for very little power at all last season as a rookie, and all he's done is he leads all of baseball with having driven in 12 runs already this season. It's it's amazing as well with him, the fact that it has come from hitting 4 power, which was such a big deficit in his game last season. I know that he put in quite a bit of work over the offseason to add a little bit more strength. And the early indications, even before the season started, was that he'd actually made some gains in that department, that he was going to be able to generate more power than he had the year before. And it has just immediately translated in a way that the Marlins have to be excited about. It causes just a great problem for them moving forward in terms of how they can continue to get him in the lineup every day, because he certainly has deserved it thus far.
So the Marlins are 5-1. They are standing atop the NL East right now. They're heading into a weekend series against the Yankees, who are also 5-1 and leading the American League East. So do you think maybe this weekend might be a good barometer of where the Marlins actually are and kind of where things might go from here?
Absolutely, because it has to be acknowledged that their previous wins so far this season have come against the Colorado Rockies and the Chicago White Sox, that I think by most people's measures would have been picked as 2 of the very worst teams in baseball entering the season. The Marlins were considered the better team than both of those, and to be able to be at home for those series helped as well. What the difference was that the Marlins have actually taken care of business against the teams that they should beat. This is a team that has been historically allergic to early season success. This has been such an anomaly for them to get off to a hot start, even when it feels like they should be. For them to actually win both of those series was something that has just defied what they've done in previous years. And now the Yankees are a big step up in competition. Aside from not only Sandy, but as a pitching staff as a whole, the Marlins have been incredible thus far. Really, the only staff in baseball that has been clearly better than them has been the Yankees, and that has been driving their own success to this point, as you mentioned, having the same record overall. It's going to be a very different atmosphere now, going on the road for the first time this season. And I know that Marlins fans are going to be really charged up for this, even though they play in opposite leagues. They've always treated, in my observation, Marlins fans have treated the Yankees like a main rival of them. People still remember the 2003 World Series when the Marlins upset the Yankees. And when these teams have played head to head since then, it's been remarkably even. Even last year, one of the peaks of the Marlins season was when they swept the Yankees in the middle of the season. And that itself kept the Marlins relevant. So even though it's so early in the season, this is already probably being circled by a lot of fans in terms of what could be potentially one of the most memorable moments of 2026 if the Marlins actually continue their hot ways and somehow find a way to win this series.
Well, shout out to that 03 World Series. And for years, I had Josh Beckett's shutout on a VHS tape that I had recorded that has probably been lost to history, but I'm sure I can find a digital recording of it somewhere. Not that I have anywhere to play a VHS tape at this point anyway. So, but exciting stuff for the Marlins this year. We'll be tuning in this weekend to see how things go against the Yankees. What's the main thing you're going to be looking for in this series and kind of going forward for the continued success of this team?
It's some of the other starting pitchers that the Marlins have outside of Sandy and outside of their number 2 starter, Yuri Perez. There are question marks really everywhere else in that group. And 2 of those pitchers will be on display against the Yankees on Saturday and Sunday. They'll be using Max Meyer in one of those games, a former top draft pick who hasn't really panned out to this point in his career. And Chris Paddock, who is, any way you slice it, he's kind of responsible for the only Marlins loss to this point this season. His debut with the Marlins over the previous homestand went very poorly. So for him to bounce back is going to be extremely important. Getting quality pitching from those pitchers that are going up against the lineup that has several of the most fearsome offensive players in all of baseball. It's very little margin for error. Just a small number of mistakes can really lead to those games getting away from them. Seeing how those pitchers progress would be absolutely critical, because the offense is going to cool down a little bit, I think. I don't believe Liam Hicks is going to hit over 500 for the entire year, and that Owen Casey is going to win MVP. And even when Kyle Stowers comes back later in the year, they've got to be excited about it. But ultimately, this is a team that's going to be, they need to be very balanced overall, get contributions from everybody if they're actually going to make it back to the playoffs. And they're kind of on a nice track so far, but still a whole lot to prove in that department.
Yeah, good point. Eli Sussman, founder of Fish on First. Always enjoy talking baseball with you. Thanks for joining us on Fox 35 News Plus this morning.
Anytime, Garrett. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson joins me now. And Jess, we've seen some rain. We know more is on the way.
Yes.
But we're also still in a drought.
Yeah, we didn't pick up enough rain to kind of hold steady in the drought. I know. And it's not ideal, and some parts have actually worsened quite a bit. Not necessarily for us in Central Florida, but closer towards the Panhandle near I-10, right along that Georgia border line. Or that's going to be the Georgia and Florida line, I should say, the border, where we can see that we're now in an exceptional drought, which is the worst and the highest on the scale. Now, when it comes to locally, we do have more spots that are in an extreme drought. In fact, a lot of Florida as a whole is under an extreme drought. So that's where the majority of the state's under. It's really only kind of a small sliver here in Central Florida. That does include Orange County, Orlando, Kissimmee, Osceola County, and parts of Lake and Sumter that aren't included in that extreme drought. So we're still, though, moderate and in a drought situation in Orlando specifically, and then in a severe drought just outside of that spot. So kind of a bullseye of where it's not so bad, but it's kind of encroaching in on us. Now, we do have rain chances on the way today, a couple of thunderstorms too. Temperatures are going to be above normal, warming into the mid 80s, kind of similar to yesterday. There will be a mix of sunshine and clouds. However, chances of rain will be a little higher today. We'll see upwards of about a 40% chance for this afternoon. So taking you through future clouds and radar, this kind of helps to spell it out for us. We'll start off pretty light with some onshore showers moving in from the south and east. Cooler temperatures too near the coast, but only by a pinch. We'll talk about that in a moment. But we will be expecting a couple of isolated heavier showers and some downpours, along with a few thunderstorms too along the way. So it's not going to be a washout, won't be all day long, but I do think it's going to hug areas further inland versus near and right along the coast. So at the beaches today, I think your chances of rain are going to be a little bit lower, and then eventually closer to 7 to 8 o'clock. So right around sunset, things will fizzle out pretty quickly during the, after the peaking of the day. They'll lose a lot of their juice. They'll drift further to the west as well. So those high temperatures I was mentioning, some spots will be hotter than others. Near I-75 specifically, we'll make it to a high of 87 in Ocala, to the Villages, Bushnell, where we'll have less of an influence of that east-southeasterly flow. But near the coast, it is going to be a little better feeling. 80 degrees from Palm Coast, Daytona Beach, and New Smyrna, 80 in Cocoa Beach and Melbourne. So if you're heading out to the beaches today, not bad. Rain should be overall kept to a minimum. We'll have some clouds around, but we do have a high risk of rip currents, so it's important to keep that in mind, that the breakers are still as high as 3 to 5 feet, so not the best. When it comes to this Easter weekend, though, this is a little bit of a preview. We'll see a high of 87 Saturday and 85 on Sunday, so it's going to be warm, arguably hot. So any kids heading out to do some Easter egg hunting, I would do it earlier on in the day, not just because of the temperatures, but also the rain chances for Easter Sunday specifically. We have a 30% chance of some afternoon showers, but 30% chance, not a lost cause. These will mostly happen after lunchtime. But let's talk about our next big system. This is going to be a front that's coming into play as we head to Monday and Tuesday. This will help to bring us some moisture that will build up out ahead of it Sunday for some of those showers. And then as we look ahead towards Monday, specifically Monday afternoon and evening, again, we'll have more of those heavier showers and a couple of thunderstorms at play. And we'll also be expecting these to linger into Tuesday and Wednesday. And we'll have cooler temperatures, highs only in the mid 70s. Still a couple degrees below normal. Our typical high is right around 81. So we'll go from above normal back to below normal, but we do need the rain, so we'll get a decent shot at that as we head towards early parts of next week. And the front will kind of stall out a little bit. That'll keep those rain chances in the forecast about midweek or so, but it's going to feel a little more like summer. This is almost more of a summer-like setup for us here, aside from that front moving in. But Easter Sunday, I know we like to have a lot of sunrise services too. I do think they're going to look pretty nice.
Okay, good. Yeah, we like that. Things going to cooperate for that, a time where a lot of people will be, probably getting together with family for lunch or things like that too afterwards. So
yeah, and I think it really does look like it's not until maybe around 1 or 2 o'clock we'll start to see a lot of the rain. And it's not even going to be a lot of rain, but the majority of the rain won't start until after that point. So it's going to be warm and muggy though. So the kids, as they're Easter egg hunting, I know I used to do that a lot, and it gets pretty heated and competitive. So the kids might be breaking a little bit of a sweat.
Hey, wear them out even faster,
Exactly.
But I've got a question, because we see the kind of daily rain chances on that 7 day. You said it's a little bit more of a summer pattern. Mm-hmm. This does kind of seem like that. Mm-hmm. Are we kind of heading into rainy season already?
Almost, not quite. We still have a little ways to go because we're still definitely in the dry season technically. But last year we did have a little bit of an earlier onset, but with the changing in El Nino La Nina, we could see that evolve as well. So that might be a little bit of a factor. But with this onshore wind, it does seem like that. It does create the similar effect. So but you're not wrong. The main rain chance for next week will be the front, but this week it really has been almost a rainy season setup with onshore showers. So it felt like it. You're not wrong in that. That's a good observation, Garrett.
Well, good. I always appreciate. I'm always glad to be not wrong. That is
Same.
That is typically the goal. So,
You and me both.
Fox 25 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson, thanks for joining us. Let's give you a live look right now at downtown Orlando. You can see the clouds out there over Lake Eola on this Thursday. It is noon now. We still have a lot to get to over the next few hours of our live streaming coverage. I want to give you a live look right now in Port St. Lucie, where we're expecting a news conference with the state CFO Blaise Ingoglia any minute now. That is set to begin. So we are also keeping an eye on a news conference that is just getting underway. A virtual news conference where Congresswoman Kathy Castor is talking about joining some other officials, environmental groups, talking about the latest with Gulf drilling and the Trump administration exempting the Gulf from the Endangered Species Act over concerns that ongoing environmental lawsuits essentially threaten to hobble domestic energy supplies as the war in Iran continues. Let's go ahead and listen in right now. Congresswoman Castor speaking live in this virtual news conference.
The Endangered Species Act is a corrupt and unnecessary gift to polluters. We see it for what it is. And let's be clear, these actions are illegal and costly. And we will fight them in the courts. That's why I'm grateful to Earth Justice, and we will fight them in Congress. What does this decision mean? Well, on Wednesday, the Trump administration convened a so-called God Squad of political appointees. The group made a broad, sweeping decision out of nowhere to bypass environmental safeguards, just to make it easier for big oil to drill and maximize their profits. Oil and gas drilling is dangerous. We know this. My neighbors know this across the state of Florida and across the Gulf Coast, because it was just 16 years ago when the BP Deepwater Horizon oil rig exploded in the Gulf, causing 134 million gallons of oil to spill along the Gulf. It was the largest offshore oil spill in U.S. history. 11 people died. And even here in the Tampa Bay area, where we didn't have oil on our beaches, we watched the oil rig spew for weeks and weeks and weeks. Tourists canceled their trips. Mom and pop hotels and restaurants were harmed economically. And it's taken us years and years to recover. In Florida, the beaches closed, the fisheries collapsed, wildlife was coated in sludge. You all remember those pictures. Tourism went on life support. And even today, people struggle to recover from hurricanes and that lagging economic impact of the BP Deepwater Horizon spill. Now the Trump administration is again doing big oil's bidding under the label of national security. It's outrageous, and it is a lie. Real leaders of the Department of Defense for years have opposed offshore drilling near Florida's Gulf Coast because it threatens critical military training areas and weapons testing. The Trump administration has spent the last year firing agency staff, and cutting regulations, and as a result, now Americans are less safe and life is more expensive. Just today, if you drive around and you talk to people, everything the Trump administration has done has made life more expensive. And now with this announcement, they're increasing the risk and increasing cost that people are saying, mercy, stop. Don't go down this road. The president's decision to launch the United States into a dangerous war with Iran is raising energy prices without congressional approval. This is not an excuse to wipe away longstanding protections under the Endangered Species Act. Real energy security means relying less on oil and gas. It means more homegrown clean energy like solar and wind and batteries, not this constant stream of big oil giveaways that are dangerous and costly. We will not let this stand. My Democratic colleagues and I are ready to fight this in court, in Congress, and with the support of our communities around the Gulf who want cleaner, more affordable energy and a healthy environment. So thank you, Earth Justice, and thanks again to all the partners who are standing with us today.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Our next speaker will be Drew Caputo, Vice President of Litigation for Lands, Wildlife.
And before we hear that, we've got to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, as we are also waiting on the CFO Blaise Ingoglia news conference to start. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you to Port St. Lucie right now, where Blaise Ingoglia, the state CFO, being introduced right now and set to hold a news conference about an FAFO audit, the Florida Agency for Fiscal Oversight, where he's expected to outline what he believes to be wasteful and excessive spending in Port St. Lucie. So let's go ahead and listen in as this news conference gets underway.
Protecting Florida taxpayers. You're going to hear a lot about taxpayers today. He has focused on fiscal responsibility, transparency, accountability, and making sure government works for the people it serves, not the other way around. It's all about the taxpayers for him. So I want to introduce the CFO.
Good morning, everyone. It is a great day to be in the great state of Florida, is it not? We live in the best state in the nation. Good morning. My name is Blaise Ingoglia. I am your Chief Financial Officer. I first wanted to say that I actually went back and reviewed every single one of the budgets that we have reviewed so far. We have reviewed every single budget in this state, all the cities, the counties, the school boards, and we have found that everyone to be fiscally responsible and good stewards of your taxpayer dollars. Then I realized this isn't April 1st, this is April 2nd. And then we are here today. First of all, thank you, Greg Ungru, for being here today, from Americans for Prosperity and from your organization's continued support. With us here today, we have Representative Trabolsi. Thank you for being here. We have Senator Harrell and Rep. Overdorf. Thank you guys for being here. We're also joined by County Commissioners Fowler, Clasby, Leet, and Lowry. Thank you all for being here. So just to start off, I want to lay sort of the predicate, the groundwork, why we're here, why I'm doing this, and why I think it is important that these presentations go on in the state of Florida. So since I became CFO, I have been sort of like on a mission, sort of like a bulldog when it comes to this stuff. I have traveled the state talking about excessive and wasteful spending of your property tax dollars by local governments. The reason why we're doing this is because affordability is a big issue here in the state of Florida. It is becoming a big issue across the United States. And if we do want to remain the best state in the nation, if we want to remain that shining city on a hill, better than all of the other states, we have to separate ourselves. And we do that by being aggressive and being proactive when it comes to these issues that mean so much to Floridians. But this is not a new thing for me. When I cut my teeth and started doing, getting involved in politics, it was more than 20 years ago. And I started doing the same thing that we're doing now, did it in the mid-2000s. If you remember back then, you had a rise in property values, a rise in property taxes. People were getting very, very frustrated that local governments were not giving any property tax relief. That was the environment we were in, and that's when I got involved in this in property tax fight. And, you know, I remember how I exactly got involved. I was looking at a property tax bill, and it was for a lot, just a regular lot, no house on it. And one year it went from $150, which wasn't a lot, to $500 the next year, and then $600 the year after that. And I became sort of intrigued of, like, why did a lot that has no building, that's not demanding any services, all of a sudden jump in the cost and what the county was taking? So there was a disconnect. I've always been told that you get taxed for the services that are performed in the county. But then I asked myself, well, what services does a lot actually have? There's not much, if any. So that got me started thinking about local governments, and then I started investigating it. I started learning about local governments, started reading their budgets, started analyzing how they derive their income, how the expenditures are, what portions of the budget are paid for what. I found out what a capital improvement fund was, what an enterprise fund was, MSBUs, MSTUs, all of that. Just sort of got a crash course in all of that. And then what I started realizing in the mid-2000s that local governments were really not being good fiscal stewards of our taxpayer dollars. And I decided to do something about that. And I coined the phrase government gone wild. Government was going wild with our tax dollars way back when. In fact, my Twitter handle still today is at @GovGoneWild. So it sort of like grounded me. Still do this stuff. So we are here, unfortunately, because taxpayers are seeing that government is going wild once again with our tax dollars. And this tax issue is very, very important to the residents and the taxpayers of the state of Florida. That's why we are being aggressive, and that is why it is incumbent, and we are pushing on the legislature to put a constitutional amendment on the ballot that will be as aggressive as possible, giving the maximum amount of real estate property tax relief in the form of a larger homestead exemption, if not getting rid of homesteaded taxes on homesteaded properties altogether. And it is incumbent upon us to keep on driving this message if we are going to deliver on the promise of affordability. When I became CFO, I made it my mission to be an advocate for the taxpayers. And here's the deal. In Tallahassee, just like there is in the federal government, there is a lot of people who are influencing pieces of legislation. There are a lot of people who are influencing budgets. There are a lot of lobbyists getting involved, and they are there to protect certain people's interests. You know, you have large Fortune 500 companies. They have lobbyists protecting their interests. You have nonprofit organizations. They employ lobbyists protecting their interests. You have large organizations, trade organizations that employ lobbyists, and they're protecting their interests. And I started questioning who is out there actually protecting the interests of the taxpayers. Because at the end of the day, from what I've seen, as government continues to grow, the taxpayers are the ones that get the short end of the stick. They're the ones literally left footing the bill for government as government continues to grow. So I take this role very, very seriously. I view myself as not only a tax advocate, but a lobbyist on behalf of the taxpayers, trying to get the best deal possible for the taxpayers. So I'm here today changing that. The things that we're doing going around the state, we are changing what the CFO's office does. Now the CFO's office we have immense audit authority granted to us in Florida's Constitution. We can audit any entity, either public or private, that receives taxpayer dollars. And we are taking that role very, very seriously. So we have recognized, just like in the mid-2000s, that government is growing way too fast, way too quickly, way too cumbersome, and costing way too much. And so far, over 16 local governments that we have reviewed, we have uncovered more than $2.1 billion, billion with a B, in excessive and wasteful spending of your property tax dollars 1 year. Last year. That is not a cumulative total over 5 or 6 years. That is just last year. I'm going to explain how we get into that methodology and how we arrive at those numbers. But that is $2.1 billion with a B. Here are the culprits. Orange County has wasted $190 million of their taxpayer dollars in 1 year. The city of Orlando, $22 million 1 year alone. Hillsborough County, $278 million. Broward, $189. Jacksonville, $199. Manatee County, $112 million. Miami-Dade, $302 million. I tried to find $3 million somewhere because I really wanted to say Miami-Dade $305. I just couldn't get to it. The Seminole County, $48 million. City of Fort Pierce, $10 million. St. Petersburg, $49 million. Citrus County, $39 million. Flagler County, $59 million. And the grand winner, worst of them all so far, Palm Beach County with $344 million. Now, I want you guys to realize that list that I just went over, and some of it is very, very important. The naysayers, the people who are apologizing for the left, they're usually coming from the left, apologizing for these big government budgets are saying that this is just a partisan exercise. This is not a partisan exercise. I don't care if you are a red jurisdiction or a blue jurisdiction. What I care about is if you are wasting taxpayer dollars, and that is very, very important. So as we go over this list, we start looking at Broward County, Blue County, a Democrat stronghold, if you will, wasted $189 million. But you have Manatee County, which is a deep red county, wasted $112 million of taxpayer dollars. Orange County, deep blue, wasted $190 million. Nassau County, deep red, $53 million. A lot of purplish counties. You have Seminole County, $48 million. Here's one, and I want to talk about this. St. Petersburg, bluish city, wasted $49 million. So let's talk about St. Petersburg. And this is, you can basically take this and extrapolate it to any jurisdiction. St. Petersburg has a problem with infrastructure. They have a problem with aging infrastructure. It's one of the older cities in the state, and they have a problem with sewer lines, water lines, wastewater. It's so bad there that during heavy rains and heavy storms, they are literally releasing sewage into the bay, right? They don't have enough money to fix the infrastructure, so they say. So now they're going out and trying to raise taxes to get money for the infrastructure improvements. Well, they had the money, they're just wasting it. Now, $49 million is 1 year alone. I would probably say over a 5 or 6 year period, it was probably $250 million. I don't know. I haven't run those numbers, but we will. They probably had a lot of the money and they wasted it. So when we start looking at these numbers and how much you're actually wasting, this is money that could have been allocated to somewhere else. So if there are roads that are dilapidated, if there are things that need to be done in the community where people are saying we're going to have to raise taxes because we need to take care of this, if they would have been good fiscal stewards with your money in the first place, the money was already there. They just chose to waste it and expand government. But what I also want everyone to recognize in here is that probably one of the worst in terms of a growing county, which this is a growing county also, was Flagler County, $59 million. On a percentage basis, over 6 years, their budget doubled to went up 120%, more than doubled, right? We went on site, we did this, and just everyone elected official went absolutely apoplectic over there. I'm like, the numbers are the numbers. You took the numbers, you took the money, and you spent it, right? So that on a percentage basis, a red county, mind you, a deep red county was the worst. You know who was the most fiscally responsible out of all? The city of Orlando. $22 million in waste for the size of their budget really wasn't that bad. Now, they still wasted $22 million according to our calculation. So if somebody comes out there and says, well, Ingoglia, this is just a sideshow and he's just like trying to create controversy. No, I'm not. I'm trying to protect taxpayers. And I'm trying to prove that I don't care if you're red, if you're blue. What I care about is how much you're spending and how much you're taxing the taxpayers. So when I go out and I say that, hey, this jurisdiction is spending a lot of money, all of it should be put into context because the same methodology that is yielding a lot of these jurisdictions wasting a lot of money also yielded the result that Orlando, out of all the 16 that we reviewed, was the most fiscally responsible so far. So that, I also want to be clear, is that $2.1 billion of taxpayer dollars that we think was excessively overspent, that is $2.1 billion that belongs back in the hands of the taxpayers. We believe that $2.1 billion could have been easily been cut without any cuts to services. Now, we'll go over our methodology so everyone can explain that. But I also want to be clear to everyone here and the media in the back that local governments are going to try to excuse away a lot of these spending increases. I've seen it across every jurisdiction, and I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to predict what's going to happen. You're going to go on social media tonight, and you're going to see all the big government people are going to be like, Ingoglia, what a sideshow. He's a freak. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Just, you can see it. They're already planning on this because they're trying to discredit the messenger. But I'm not the messenger. The messenger is the spreadsheets. The messenger is the budget. The messenger is math. I'm just going out and I'm telling you what the math says. So the big government apologists, the leftist Sunday editorial opinion writers, they're going to say what they're going to say, but you guys are going to know the truth. And if anybody wants to know anything about our methodology or what we're doing, just tell them to go check the video of this. Because once people check the video of how we present and what we say, they go, well, I didn't know that. Yeah, because you're listening to the wrong people. You were listening to the people who are trying to keep the large budget. I normally put these into like big buckets of people, and I ask them I basically ask them on social media. You'll see me comment. You will see me interact with your constituents, with some of you as this stuff starts coming out of social media. I go, okay, you're either somebody on the left who's just trying to attack me because I'm a conservative Republican, right? You either work for government or you're making bank off of government. That's basically the three buckets of people that I put it in. But I'm going to tell you, do not listen to that. They're going to try to scare you. They're going to use the boogeymans of long 911 wait times, that you're not going to be able to hire fire and police, and, you know, everyone is going to be much worse off. That is absolutely not true. Do not fall for it. And I also want to be clear on this, is that local governments are going to come out and say, in order to meet the budget, right, whether it is what we're requesting that you actually cut back on, or whether it's going to be mandated by the Constitution, they're going to say that they can't do it. And in order to do it, they're going to have to cut fire and they're going to have to cut police. I'm sure you've seen some of that also, okay? That is absolutely BS. Do not fall for it. In fact, I want you to think about the way they're thinking. If they have to cut anything out of their budget, and the first thing out of their mouths is that they have to cut fire and police, that means that's the last thing that they're prioritizing, if that's the first thing that they're looking to cut. And that's important, because the first role of government is to protect its people. So that is the first thing that you should be hiring to take care of people, and the last thing that you are should be looking at cutting. But I'm going to tell you right now that local governments are taking a lot of this extra tax revenue and they're expanding the administrative state. And when government expands, it becomes more bureaucratic, less efficient, and more cumbersome. They're going to try to refute our numbers. They can't. The information that we're pulling is directly from their budget. They may not like what we're saying and exposing it, but it's all right there in the budget. They're also going to argue that our methodology doesn't work. They're going to say it's archaic, it doesn't make any sense, that is absolute garbage, it's nonsense. In fact, let's point to this board. At the James Madison Institute, just so everyone knows, there are three organizations that do a lot of these press events with us, and these three organizations have a long history and do a very good job of protecting the taxpayer. You have Americans for Prosperity, who is here today. You have James Madison Institute, and you have Florida Tax Watch. So they've sort of been our partners with this. But I want you guys to look at this because I think this is important. So when they come out and say that this methodology doesn't work, it doesn't. It works. At the James Madison Institute, we believe that the FAFO methodology, the Florida Agency for Fiscal Oversight, which is why we're here today, similar to what has been enacted in law in states like Colorado and Utah, is one of the most effective tools to demonstrate the need for tax relief for Floridians and to rein in local government spending. So you're going to have people, we'll go over the specific methodology in a minute, you're going to have people saying that it doesn't make any sense. You know, Ingoglia's numbers, he's just pulling it out of his butt, or whatever they're going to say. But the same methodology that is yielding all the excessive wasteful spending in all these other jurisdictions is the same methodology that we're going to use here today, is the same methodology that they use in Colorado and Utah. In fact, Colorado in 1993 had a constitutional amendment put on enshrined in their constitution that the voters approved, and it was a taxpayer bill of rights. And basically it says, if government grows faster than inflation and population, you have to give the money back to the people. Colorado has a lot of problems right now. Fiscal responsibility really isn't one of them, because it is enshrined in their constitution the same methodology that we are going to do today. So what is the methodology? So the methodology is this, is that we go back to the 2019-2020 local government budget. That is the last budget pre-COVID. That is the last budget when budgets were somewhat sane. as if government budgets are ever sane. And the way we do this is we find out what the budget was back then, and then we, through spreadsheets, calculations, we index it forward to find out what the budget would have been under normal circumstances. So what we do is we go back to the 2019 budget, we index it forward, adding for inflation. Things are going to cost more. Okay? We get that. And we index forward for population also. With an increased population, you are going to need more people. Do you need more bureaucrats? I would argue not many. Do you need more fire? Absolutely. Do you need more police? Absolutely. Do you possibly need more EMS? Absolutely. As a population grows, those are the things that you should be expanding, not the administrative state. Start off with 2920, we index forward for inflation and population, and we find out what the budget should have reasonably been today, and then we compare it to what it actually is. The amount that is over an index for inflation and population is what we are terming excessive and wasteful. Because under normal circumstances, if it wasn't for the increase in property values and a corresponding increase in property taxes, government would have never had it in the first place. But what happened? They came into their coffers, they took it, and they spent it. There's no other way around it. That's exactly what happened. So, for that methodology, we are organically, for the purpose of the calculation, increasing the budget every year to accommodate for extra fire rescue, extra police, extra population growth, the cost of things, raises for current fire, current police. We've included all of the extra money because of the increased costs. All of that is embedded in our calculation. We accounted for everything that a local government should or would need in order to deliver services to the taxpayer. So when we say that you could cut this amount, because we've already accounted for it here. That's just simple math. Now, what should scare you is that St. Lucie County, like so many other counties in the state, like so many other cities in the state, blew past that number by a relatively large amount. So we've crunched the numbers, and St. Lucie County, after you do that index, we believe overtaxed and overspent the residents by the tune of $46 million. Another large number on a percentage basis compared to the amount of budget that they actually have. Let me be clear. This is the amount of money that we think they were overtaxed. Under normal circumstances, without the extra money coming into the government coffers, they would have never had this money. Government would have survived. But what happened? This government, just like every other government that we reviewed, saw all the extra money and never decided to give all of it back to the taxpayers. Now, I don't know what the government did here specifically, because a lot of governments will go out there and they will say, yeah, but we held the millage rate the same. When property values go up and the millage rate is the same, it is a net property tax increase. Your governments are going to explode if you just hold it. And they're going to say, well, we reduced the millage rate. Great, you gave some of it back, but you kept 95% of it for yourself. And I'm sorry, look, I get it. You want to go around and you want to say, hey, we cut the millage rate. We're really good fiscal stewards, because come election time, that's what everyone wants to hear. You know what people want to hear during election time? That their property taxes actually went down. That's what they actually want to hear. So what does this mean? This means that once you index for inflation and population, under normal circumstances, the budget should have been $46 million less than it is today. So since 2019, here are the raw numbers. 2019, the St. Lucie County General Fund budget has increased in 6 years $123 million. That is an increase of 76%. Is it bad? Yes. Is it the worst? 120% Flagler County is absolutely the worst so far that we've seen. But it is still a massive expansion of government. And this right here is why people feel the pinch of increased property taxes, because government is costing a lot more than it did 5 or 6 years ago. No way to get around it. Here are the numbers. In 2019, the general fund portion of the St. Lucie County budget was $162 million. It was $162 million in 2019. Today, in 25-26, the budget is costing taxpayers $285 million. That is the $123 million difference. That is an increase of 76%. But this county is a growing county. I get it. This is one of the fastest growing counties, right? You know who was also a growing county? Nassau County blew past their budget. Flagler County blew past their budget. Just because a county grows in population doesn't mean the cost to deliver services per capita, per resident, per voter, per taxpayer should go up. In fact, in the private sector, the inverse happens. The more business more customers a company has, the cost per unit goes down. You find efficiencies. That's why certain large retailers that have more buying power, their cost actually goes down, right? Government has more customers, and the cost goes up. But you can't get away from government taxation. You can choose to go shop at another retailer. You can't choose to pay another taxing jurisdiction. You're stuck with the taxing jurisdiction. And that's why what's happening with property taxes, in my opinion, is so pernicious. And this is why I think that local governments need to be reined in. So yes, St. Lucie County had a large increase. 72,452 people, our estimation, have moved into this county since the 2019-2020 budget year. So over the last 6 years, experienced explosive growth. No doubt about it. Nobody's denying that. In fact, 22% increase in population in the state of Florida. Nobody's denying that there's going to be a need for additional services. But what is also undeniable is that the cost to deliver those services went through the roof, and everyone is paying for that. And this is where I get very critical of local governments. To deliver services to that new 72,000 people that moved in the county, the local government hired 212 full-time equivalents, new employees, in order to do that. There are some cities in the state of Florida that have 72,000 people. They don't even have 212 employees. So the county hired 212 new employees to handle the workload for 72,000 people. The frustrating part of that is, and I'm going to tell you right now, government is going to say, it's all law enforcement. It's that damn sheriff and that budget. Sheriff's budget, we looked at the budget, is actually a good fiscally responsible budget. I know local governments don't want to hear that, but it is. We review all this stuff before we come up. But out of the 212, only 22 were sheriff's deputies. It's a lot more people adding legacy costs, and this is the key. They're adding legacy costs to the budget. Now, I'm going to throw out another thing that the left and the big government apologists are going to say, and they're going to say that Ingoglia, where is all the growth in budget? Show me the line items on the budget, right? This is not a forensic audit. This is a spending calculation. You want me to go in and do a forensic audit? Be careful what you ask for, because I promise you I will come out and there will be a lot of people who are going to be embarrassed. This is an exercise, a spending exercise, a calculation, a methodology to show how large government has grown over the last 6 years. It is undeniable, 76% for over the last 6 years, $123 million worth of budget growth in the general fund, that portion of the budget that gets funded by your property tax dollars, with that excessive spending number that we went over before. The vast majority of the money that's increased is government employees, legacy government employees. And that's why, and if you don't stop this now, government every year is just going to continue to grow that large and continue on this path, and we can't have that path. That's why we are out here advocating for giving this money back to the people. So we are talking about property tax reform at the state level. You have some of the leaders in the room that have been involved in the property tax debate, and a lot of these local governments are going to say they can't afford to cut. I think we've sort of proven that there is a lot of room to cut and still keep core services. So if you take the number of excessive and wasteful spending that we have uncovered here today with our methodology, we believe that St. Lucie County could reduce your property tax bill by 1.04 mils. Again, giving back 0.25%, 0.1% in millage rate reductions isn't going to cut it because people are still feeling the sting of property taxes. They can cut just over a mil and not feel the effects. They shouldn't skip a beat. So what does that mean for regular lay people? That means that if you live in this county and you have a tax assessed home that's tax assessed for $300,000, you will get a $445 break. That is in 1 year, but this also does not include school boards. Okay, you're still going to have to pay school taxes. At some point in the future, relatively soon, we are going to start rolling out what we believe is excessive and wasteful spending on schools also, because it's not just school boards, school districts are some of the most wasteful spenders in government. It's about time somebody held them accountable. We will hold them accountable. So what also does it mean? 400,000 assessed value will save $593 a year. It's pretty big. If you have a home assessed at $500,000, you will save $741 a year. Actually, that might be wrong. Calculation might be wrong. That doesn't sound right. This never happened. According to my calculation in my head, it should probably be about $550, but don't hold me. Actually, nope, it's $520. So this is the wrong one. Sorry. It's $520 would be the calculation. See how good I'm at math? I realized it was wrong. So when these governments say I don't know what I'm doing, trust me, I'm a nerd when it comes to numbers. I can pick up that stuff in a heartbeat. So all of that is real money that belongs back in the hands of the taxpayers. Now, after we've done this with St. Lucie County, the grand total of excessive and wasteful spending that we have now identified over 16 local governments is $2.127 billion. By the time we are done reviewing every government and the taxing and the overtaxing because of their overspending, we're expecting to find about $10 billion of excessive and wasteful spending amongst these local governments. Now, governments are wasting money left and right, but then they continue to do the same thing. They cry poor, poor, and poor. They're going to say, we can't cut because we need all of this of our big bloated budget. We can't cut because of whatever reason. But let me be clear. In fact, there are a lot of jurisdictions around the state not only have large bloated budgets, but they're also trying to extract more from the taxpayer in the form of additional taxes that they want to put on the ballot in November. I've never heard people, elected officials, be so tone deaf in my life. Everyone is worrying about affordability, but then you have some jurisdictions that actually want to put additional sales tax, additional millage rates, taxes on the ballot as if people are actually going to vote themselves for even more taxation in this environment. These people are absolutely tone deaf. I don't understand. My suggestion is go out, go to the store, go to the park, start listening to regular people. Stop listening to the bureaucrats inside your office that say that they want more and more and more. We all want more and more and more money. More money is supposed to make things easier, right? So when government wants more money, all they want to do is make their job easier. They just want to throw more money at the problem. They don't want to do the hard work of streamlining government and make it more efficient, right? I'm sorry, that's just what it is. They just want more and more money to keep their large, bloated budgets in the form of higher taxes. And the people that I talk to every day, people have had enough of this stuff. And they're ready for additional property tax reform that will be on the November ballot. Your budgets are not going up because of essential services. Your budgets are going up Unfortunately, because local governments think that you are an endless ATM and they can tap into you anytime that they want money. I'm sorry, that's just what it is. And as your CFO, I will not stand idly by and allow good, hard-working Floridians, mom and pops, to be taxed out of their homes because government cannot get their stuff straight. I'm sorry, I'm just not going to do it.
CFO Blaise Ingoglia speaking live right now in Port St. Lucie, talking a lot about the efforts on cutting and eliminating property taxes. We've got to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We want to get you back to Port St. Lucie, where State CFO Blaise Ingoglia talking government accountability, spending. He gave his the number that he believes of wasteful spending in Port St. Lucie, and talking about property tax reform as well. Let's go ahead and listen in.
And Speaker of the House Marco Rubio was leading the charge against then Governor Charlie Crist, trying to get the most aggressive tax reform done. So we wound up getting an additional homestead exemption, and this is how it works today. The first $25,000 of your home is exempt. The next $25,000 is taxed. The next $25,000 is exempt, but there's an exemption to the exemption for school board, so it's not a full 50. It's more like 39, 40,000. Now, the problem is that the average home in the state of Florida is around 390,000. So it really only shields about 9%. It's about 9.5% of your home. So the original intent of the homestead exemption is sort of gone. It's not there anymore. That's why people are feeling the pinch. And then you cannot, as an elected official, you cannot as a government, you cannot as a media personality tell people that they're not feeling the pinch, because they see it. They see it in increased principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. They see it in increased rent costs. They see it, they feel it. Don't gaslight them. Don't tell them that budgets aren't going up and everyone is fine. They see it. I mean, it's sort of ridiculous that people try to gaslight the voters. But that's the issue at hand. So how do we fix it? I don't know. I'm praying that our elected officials are going to put the most aggressive on the ballot to deliver the maximum amount of relief, because Floridians, their families, deserve it. So with that, more than happy to answer any questions from the press if y'all have it.
So you say there's a lot of wasteful spending in St. Lucie County. Requirements that have the trace line of waste?
You're falling into the trap that I asked you not to. It's a spending calculation. I'm not going to go in. I'm not going to micromanage and say which division should not have the growth, which should have the growth. What I'm saying is that when you look at the budget has grown exponentially, $123 million over 6 years. You know, this is not a forensic audit. We're not going line by line. We're contextualizing just how large the government has grown over the last 6 years. If you want to get granular, we can get granular. But I will tell you is that if you're trying to get to the point where the sheriffs, because local governments are going to say the sheriff's budget is out of whack, the sheriff's budget, I pulled it, it's not out of whack. We compare them. He has been very good. He's been a very good steward of the taxpayer dollars in this county. So I'm not going to fall into the trap of giving you certain line items. What I am going to say is that is a question for the administrator on how they're going to cut. Not if they're going to cut or what they're going to cut. It's how they're going to cut. Because property tax relief is coming, whether they, the elected officials, give it to the voters or the voters demand it themselves by voting for a constitutional amendment.
When did you do the review, or how many days were you on the count doing that?
It takes us about 2-3 weeks to do a full review. We start pulling all of the information on the budgets. We look at historical data. We call the county. We verify some of the information. Some of the times, a lot of the information is already in their budgets, but a lot of time it's not. So we call and we verify some of this information. But again, the budget grew $123 million over 6 years, and we believe that they have been overtaxed to the tune of, what was that number? $46 million. So we think if you pulled $46 million out of the budget now, that they would be fine. Because here's the deal. Let's think about this. From a 30,000-foot level, they wouldn't have had this extra money if property values wouldn't have gone up. But in a normal market, when property values don't spike like that, government has a lot less money. They survived. Here's another thing I want everyone in this room to think about. Because, again, they're going to get reflexive. They're going to say that they can't do this. It's impossible. We can't cut that much money. Oh, not is it possible and not that you can't do it, you're going to cut it. I'm sorry. Government is going to cut it because you're going to get a large property tax cut voted in by the voters. My guess is if it is aggressive as we think and it should be, it's probably going to pass with about 70%. It'll be one of the most popular constitutional amendments that will be put on the ballot. But this is what I want everyone to think about. We were in this situation before. In the mid-2000s, government got reflexive and defensive, and they went on the offense and say that we can't cut anything out of our mid-2000 budgets, right? So what happened? Local governments got hit twice, okay? I don't feel bad for local governments. Governments got hit twice. They got an additional homestead exemption, and at the same time, for the first time in the history of the United States, property values actually went down. Less valuation mean a less taxable value, which means it yielded less property tax revenue. So they got hit twice, an additional homestead exemption and lower tax receipts because of lower values for the first time. Government survived. You know who didn't survive? You know who was having a tough time? You guys were. What's happening right now? Government is expanding. Who's having a tough time? You guys are. The guys that are actually funding the government. And that's why it's important to give this money back to the taxpayers. Any other questions? Is that it?
You didn't say when you were doing this review. Do you have a date on that?
No. The reviews are done internally in our office. We assemble all the information. We do it in our office. We start crunching the numbers. It takes about 2-3 weeks to get that done, and then we're on site. This is not a Doge, again, we went through this. This is not a Doge-style forensic audit where we're pulling all the checks, all the contracts, and checking that. My office is eventually going to get to that. We're going to start doing forensic-type audits. This is a spending review, and that's why it's yielding that much money.
You did go to Palm Beach County. I know you had people on the ground there. I'm not asking you to do it.
No, we did not do that here. Correct. Doge is a separate entity. Doge is an entity that was housed administratively under the executive office of the governor. We contributed people to that initiative. That initiative sunset. So that initiative isn't there anymore. What remains is my constitutional authority. And my constitutional authority, the first thing that I'm doing is I'm highlighting the excessive and wasteful spending of governments of $46 million here in St. Lucie County. And the next step is start pulling all of the information, start doing forensic audits so we can highlight specific line items. This is not a specific line item event. This is telling you how large the government has grown and how much people are being overtaxed. But again, if y'all want me to do a forensic audit, I'll be more than happy. All right, is that it, guys? Appreciate you guys. I will see you guys soon. Just make sure that when you hear the crap coming out from the other side, push back. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
State CFO Blaise Ingoglia walking out after a news conference in Port St. Lucie down in St. Lucie County. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 30. News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Tracking breaking news right now, seeing reporting from Fox News that Pam Bondi is out as Attorney General. Again, this is breaking right now. Peter Ducey reporting that news on Fox News right now as we speak. So we will have certainly more coverage on this coming up soon. But Fox News reporting that Pam Bondi has already been fired as Attorney General, and that EPA Director Lee Zeldin reportedly being considered as Bondi's replacement. We've seen conflicting reporting on this throughout the day about the status of Attorney General Pam Bondi within the Trump administration. Seen some saying that she may have been informed that she was kind of on thin ice, but now Fox News reporting that he has already fired, the president has already fired Pam Bondi. So that's from Fox News reporting that, and we will continue to track that this afternoon as well. Meanwhile, I want to let you know the 1 o'clock hour, we are anticipating a meeting of the National Capital Planning Commission that is supposed to give a final vote on the work being done on the White House ballroom at the White House right now. So we are also going to be monitoring for the start of that. So we just wrapped up that news conference in Port St. Lucie, hearing from CFO Blaise Ingoglia. I want to get you back to that news conference that we heard from Congresswoman Kathy Castor earlier today, where she was joined by a number of environmental advocates talking about the Trump administration's decision to exempt offshore drilling in the Gulf from the Endangered Species Act and some of those rules so essentially opening that up and allowing additional oil and gas drilling there offshore over concerns that some environmental lawsuits that had been pending on this threatened to hobble domestic energy production or domestic energy supplies rather as the war in Iran continued. So I want to play a little bit more of that news conference for you, right where we left off as we began to hear from some of those advocates speaking about their concerns about this step.
And thanks for everyone being here today. As Congressman Castor just described, 2 days ago, the Trump administration made an extraordinary decision to exempt all oil and gas drilling and production activities in the Gulf of Mexico from all the requirements of the Endangered Species Act. This has never been done before. And it is an action by the administration that is unnecessary and ineffective and dangerous. It's unnecessary because there are no meaningful constraints on oil and gas production in the Gulf of Mexico today caused by the Endangered Species Act or any other environmental law. It will be ineffective because exempting those dangerous activities from the Endangered Species Act will not bring down the cost of gasoline by 1 red cent. And it's dangerous for 2 groups of reasons. First of all, it's dangerous to the wildlife that live in the Gulf of Mexico, including the critically endangered Rice's whale that is literally at risk of being no more and could be rendered extinct by this decision. Extinction is forever. That's why this is dangerous for marine wildlife. It's also dangerous for democracy and the rule of law, because wiping away a law based on specious claims of harm to national security is something that puts all of us at danger. In addition to being unnecessary, ineffective, and dangerous, the Trump administration's action here is also illegal. And in a moment, my colleague Steve Mishuda, the lead attorney in the lawsuit that we're here to tell you about, will tell you why it's illegal.
Thanks, Drew. Steve, over to you.
Thanks. And thank you again, everyone, for being here. As Drew mentioned, this is illegal. And there's 2 main groups of reasons that I want to summarize here. This is, of course, the topic of our lawsuit that was filed earlier this morning as well. When Congress put in this relief valve for the Endangered Species Committee to make decisions about the literal life or death of species, it did so in a very thoughtful and carefully prescribed manner. And it did that because it knew that the decisions that this committee would be making would be very weighty decisions with extreme and long-lasting permanent consequences. The administration's decision to grant this exemption followed none of this. It put the Endangered Species Act in a shredder and instead decided that there was a loophole. First time in 48 years that anyone has even claimed that this existed, that there was an end run around this careful process of deliberation, of evidence gathering, which would last, and in the past has lasted months on end. And that loophole was national security. As long as in this administration's decision, as long as someone claims that a national security interest is affected, no matter what the activity is, regardless of whether it pertains to defense or the military, or is just, again, here, an activity that other agencies and other entities are undertaking. If that entity, or if the Secretary of Defense can make a determination that that is in the interest of national security, then the Endangered Species Committee must grant the exemption. This is wrong. And it's wrong because, again, it throws out all the process. The defense secretary is not a free-ranging fixer that floats across the entire federal government and picks out actions that are important to the defense secretary and then gets them exempt from the law. That's not the way this was supposed to work. The second reason that it's illegal is that decision itself, as my colleague Drew just pointed out. The decision to exempt or to find that this violates national security or threatens national security in some way is itself completely arbitrary and baseless. There's no evidence that there is a conflict between protecting endangered species and oil and gas development and drilling. In fact, just the opposite. There are a host of measures that we could be doing today to better protect species that wouldn't affect the amount of oil coming out of the Gulf today, next week, a year from now. The problem is that the government hasn't been implementing them. Industry has been refusing to implement them. And now they have a free pass, if this decision stands, to do that and continue that behavior. And it's also illegal for another reason. The reasons in the secretary's decision point to threats and imagined future rulings from courts and other things that might interfere sometime with oil and gas drilling. And this is equally illusory. There is no basis to assert that a court is going to stop all oil and gas development in the Gulf of Mexico. It never has, and it won't happen.
We call it the sacrifice zone because so much has been given up for so many decades of the health of the people in those communities and the health of the air and water. And when we think about the actions that we take to protect endangered wildlife, giving them a little space, ensuring that the water is clean, these are the same things that people need, that human communities need, right? We need clean air, we need clean water, we need a quiet space in which to live. And so I think very much when we take actions to protect endangered wildlife in the Gulf, ultimately we're protecting people and communities here in the Gulf as well. So back to you, Nate.
Thank you, Christian. Next is Ben Gruhl, National Wildlife Campaign Manager at Sierra Club.
Thanks a bunch, and thanks everybody for being here. It's very clear that the Trump administration is evoking national security to solve a crisis they themselves created. This move will not solve the administration's manufactured affordability crisis or bring down gas prices. Just another example of how this administration consistently puts polluter profits over people, wildlife, and the law. The administration's long-planned effort to expand drilling in the Gulf is not a response to concerns over domestic supply. It is clearly being done to drive up fossil fuel industry profits. The U.S. is currently a net exporter of oil and the top oil and gas producer in the world. Production is at an all-time high, including in the Gulf. So, and in fact, Interior Secretary Doug Burgum even boasted about this yesterday in a DOI press release, stating recent offshore developments and new projects entering production have driven record output levels, particularly in deep water areas in the Gulf of America. No oil and gas companies requested this exemption. In fact, oil drillers recently told a federal court that current species protections are not disrupting operations. The committee's decision earlier this week is a solution in search of a problem that simply does not exist. Americans will continue to pay more at the pump and on their energy bills, while this administration directs significant policy benefits towards fossil fuel producers. Thanks.
Thanks, Ben. And our last speaker will be Hallie Templeton, Legal Director at Friends of the Earth.
Thank you, Nate. Thank you, attendees, for being here today. Our bedrock environmental laws have been enforced for decades, and the judicial system even longer than that, providing a necessary check on hasty development plans and biased decision-making that put profits over people and the planet. This administration has established an unparalleled record of not only attempting to push through harmful projects in violation of these laws, but also wreaking havoc on the laws themselves and the principles that our federal government must truly look before it leaps, involving the public every step of the way. What we've seen this week is no exception. The Trump administration's lawless behavior has kept the public in the dark while creating a baseless national security interest without any true urgency or need to provide a blanket exception for offshore drilling to expand at the unaccounted expense of the Gulf of Mexico's protected and rapid dwindling wildlife. The Trump administration has pointed to unsubstantiated threats from our litigation that seeks to protect these very things from permanent annihilation. But reprehensible conduct like this will only invite more litigation in their path. Friends of the Earth is proud to stand with the others on today's panel to keep pushing back for our laws and our ecosystem, both inside and outside the courtroom. Thanks, Nate.
Thanks, Hallie. We will now begin with Q&A from press on the line. To reporters joining us today, please use the raise hand function to indicate that you'd like to ask a question. Then I'm going to call on you to unmute, and you'll have to unmute yourself. But please, when you ask your question, include your name and your outlet to ensure folks are aware. And if you have a person you'd specifically like to direct a question to, please let that be known. Our first question is from Emily Mahoney at the Tampa Bay Times.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right, great. Thanks so much for holding this. I want to just put a finer point on something that many of you have highlighted, which is the sort of rushed and the rushed procedure of this and sort of the lack of evidence that the federal government has provided. Because this committee is so rarely convened, I would just like to get a better understanding of what this process is supposed to look like in an ideal world where this is happening a little bit more deliberately, just to better understand how this contrasts with that. Thank you.
I could take a first crack at this, and I invite others to weigh in as well. Emily, the short answer is the last time this process happened was in the early 90s for the spotted owl, and they held hearings that lasted weeks with witnesses and putting on evidence, and they did it in the Civic Center in Portland. It was literally a stadium event. It's incredibly transparent the way it's supposed to work, and of course none of that happened here. But it's also not only the transparency that's the issue, it's the considerations. The trigger for this committee to convene is someone demonstrating that there is an irreconcilable conflict between protection of species and an activity. We don't have that here. There is no irreconcilable conflict between protecting Gulf wildlife and oil and gas production in the Gulf. And so we literally should not be having this discussion today. And the one thing I can say is that, because this is invoked so rarely, the track record is not long, but there has been no instance of the committee meeting and talking about an exemption and deciding the fate of species in less time than it takes to watch a rerun of a Friends episode. This committee's meeting on Tuesday was 17 minutes long, and that is almost unfathomable for a decision of this weight.
Next, we'll go to Ian Stevenson at E&E News.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, Ian Stevenson, Politico, and E&E News. I wanted to ask I suppose it's a somewhat political question for you all in the environmental movement, or also for the Congresswoman. As you've mentioned, this is coming at a time of high gas prices, and it's also bringing attention to the Rice's whale and other endangered species in the Gulf. And I'm curious how you all in the environmental movement are viewing this moment. And I'm curious if you see it as any kind of opportunity to raise awareness for the species that you care about, and whether it might have political implications going forward.
Well, Ian, I'll jump.
No, Drew, you go.
I'll jump in on that. I think this is a really dangerous moment. The Congress that passed the Endangered Species Act in the 1970s, it passed unanimously in the Senate and with just a handful of no votes in the House. And the Congress that wrote the Endangered Species Act understood that extinction is forever. We're in a situation right now where we have an administration that is sweeping away environmental protections that have made our air cleaner than before the Clean Air Act was enacted, that is making our water putting at risk the gains in water quality. Our waters are cleaner today than when the Clean Water Act was enacted in the 1970s. And the Endangered Species Act has been an incredibly effective law that has kept 99% of the species protected under it from going extinct. So I hope the extremity and unreasonableness of the decision the administration took today is going to get people's attention. But I don't draw any relish from that because we're really at risk.
Now, I would add that the Trump administration is inviting another costly catastrophe at a time when folks simply cannot afford it. All of the Trump administration's policies are just soul crushingly expensive. I think this is also an anniversary of when the president put tariffs, arbitrary and illegal tariffs on everything. So everything is costing more. And people they're just not buying this argument anymore that oil and gas drilling is going to lower their bills. They know a year and a half ago, we experienced back-to-back hurricanes in Helene and Milton. They intensified so quickly because the Gulf waters were so hot due to the burning of fossil fuels. And they're still trying to repair their lives from that. And they so value the wildlife in the Gulf. Governor DeSantis proposed taking away certain state parks to build golf courses that would impact species, and people rose up across the state of Florida. It didn't matter what your political affiliation was, and he had to back off. Recently, developers came up with this crackpot proposal to build a massive port terminal in Manatee County in the coastal waters and Terracea Preserve, where a lot of species, there are spawning grounds there, and it's environmentally pristine. And people said no. The Florida legislature, GOP-controlled legislature, passed a bill that said no way, no how. So people are. This is a corrupt deal. It goes back to what the president did when he was running for office in Mar-a-Lago, when oil and gas interests said, he said, I'll serve you if you contribute millions to my campaign. So they're cashing in right now, and people are angry, and they're not going to stand for this.
Well, I'll just add to that, the Endangered Species Act, when polled, is consistently very popular with the American public, and especially when you poll folks who are aware of the ESA, consistently in the 75 to 80% approval range. It's also been a successful law, preventing extinction of 99% of the species that have been listed. A lot of that success, though, happens quietly and without great fanfare. The last time the God Squad was convened and where the ESA really took front page was in 1992. It's been 34 years. So in the terms of opportunity, there's certainly a space right now and a time to galvanize a new generation of advocates on behalf of the ESA and the imperiled species that it protects.
We have another question from Evan Axelbank at Fox 13.
Hey folks, how you guys doing? My main question is legal here. Can we just explain what the legal process is here, what the legal sort of cases that you're going to make, and what the benchmarks here along the way are, just in terms of the court and of stopping this reclassification?
Evan, just to clarify, this is Steve Mashudet, or Justice. Do you mean in the litigation that's been filed, or
Right.
Okay.
Right. Whatever legal processes are underway, if you can just outline those, what venues they're in, and then just what the roadmap is to legal intervention here.
Sure. So there are. We this morning filed a case in the district court in the District of Columbia in DC, because that's where this decision was made. And the process going forward is basically we're going to wait. We wait and see what the government says in response to that. And I imagine that we'll be into briefing and potentially arguing this to a court, certainly within, the next year or so. There are 2 other cases pending in the same district court, also challenging this as well. So at some point, those cases will also be heard in parallel. And at this point, we think we've put together a strong legal argument about the just complete lack of following the statute here, and we look forward to presenting that more fully in court.
And what is is it possible that leases could be given to start drilling before the cases are taken up? And I assume you're asking for an injunction as well, right?
Not at this time. And yes, it's possible. I mean, there is oil and gas activity being approved, yesterday, today, tomorrow, in the Gulf. And that activity is going to go forward, again, regardless of whether or not the exemption was granted. As I said before, there's no conflict between protecting species and granting permits to drill and other things. And so there's really the long-term impact of this is gigantic. The short.
So that's a news conference from earlier today. Meanwhile, I want to get you live right now to this meeting of the panel that's getting ready to give its final vote right now on the Trump ballroom. This is the National Capital Planning Commission opening it up to discussion on final approval of the White House ballroom expansion plans. Let's go ahead and listen in live right now.
And lastly, from the Telegraph, a prioritization of grandeur over the needs of ordinary citizens. Now, none of these quotes relate to the ballroom project now before us. The first of these was about Teddy Roosevelt's construction of the West Wing. The second was about the Nixon-era construction of the press room in the West Colonnade. The third was actually about Chester A. Arthur's 1880s renovations of the Executive Mansion. And the fourth was about Andrew Jackson's construction of the North Portico to the Executive Mansion in 1830. Criticism and sky-is-falling pronouncements from so-called historic preservationists and their allies in the press are therefore nothing new to the history of the White House. While some might wish for history and the world to stand still, the fact of the matter is that the White House complex has constantly evolved to meet the programmatic needs of the federal government and the office of the president which it houses. And it is in that context in which I believe we must now review the ballroom project that is before this commission. I believe that in time, this ballroom will be considered every bit as much of a national treasure as the other key components of the White House. And I believe that in time, the nation and successive presidents of both parties and all political stripes long into the future will be grateful to President Trump for having initiated and brought this project into being. I'd like to speak to our process on this particular project. As chairman of this commission, which has a lineage and history dating back over a century, I feel very strongly about the fact that the work that we do is important, and I feel that we have been unfairly slighted in the press and otherwise for the way we've gone about reviewing this particular project. The NCPC has a professional staff that I've come to know and recognize as doing consistently exceptional work as they and we as a commission go about our job of protecting and preserving the aspects of the capital region that make it a particular public treasure for our great nation. And the notion that we've been less than thorough, that we have not met our obligations, is frankly insulting to the work that our team has done on this project and by implication on so many others as well. So let me lay out that process now. We began formal consultations with the White House's project team in December. I was at one of those first meetings where we discussed project goals, project timelines, and where the core interests of this commission were advocated for quite vigorously. Our staff engaged with the project team, as we do on so many projects, and the overall project now before us began to take shape. In January, 3 months ago, the White House team, represented by Office of Administration Director Josh Fisher and lead architect Shalom Baranis, gave an extensive public presentation on the project. and what they were looking to build and achieve. We gave substantial feedback. Members of this commission had the opportunity to express the concerns and qualms that some of them had, and I would note that many members of this commission were also fulsome with their praise for the project's goals and ultimate objective. I thought Shalom Baranis was quite compelling in addressing the concerns that were raised and addressing questions about the design choices made and the nature of the project at issue. After the January meeting, we set out to devise a schedule that would allow for a full and fair review of the ballroom project. I was guided in setting out that schedule by the professional staff at the NCPC, who obviously have a lot of experience in these matters, as well as by my fellow members of the executive committee of this commission, Vice Chairman Stuart Levenbach and Commissioner Arrington Dixon. As our longest-serving member, I leaned on Commissioner Dixon in particular for his views on what was appropriate, and we as a team ended up deferring to our staff's recommended review timeline, balancing the need and our desire for a comprehensive public comment period with our reciprocal desire to not unnecessarily hold up a priority project for our partners at the White House. Last month at our March meeting, the White House team presented again. We saw in many respects that our feedback had been heard and had an impact. The removal of the south pediment of the proposed ballroom was, for example, in my view, a great improvement on the original design that we had seen, reducing the massing of the proposed ballroom significantly and improving the coherence of the architecture of the new project with the executive mansion itself. The White House team was also very responsive to our stated concerns by showing, for example, that taking into account plantings in the tree line from the south, that the core public view of the iconic south facade of the executive mansion, the portico, the Truman balcony, etc., would remain largely unchanged and undiminished from crucial vantage points, and that the prominence of the north portico of the executive mansion was being preserved as well to the extent possible. And prior to this meeting, amended plans shown to us by the White House, and which we've now incorporated into the motion before us, further reflect the public comments and our feedback. The south ceremonial and largely non-functional staircase has been removed, reducing the footprint of the ballroom significantly and markedly improving sightlines. I would also note that since December, our commission staff has consistently emphasized to the White House team the need for an improved public pedestrian experience when visiting the area in and around the White House. It appears that those concerns have also been heard, as we now have plans submitted to us, which we will hear more about later today, for a new visitor's entrance to the White House. Since 1994, in the aftermath of the Oklahoma City bombing, the White House has steadily become, because of very real security concerns, more and more walled off from the general public by an expanding complex of unsightly security barriers and fencing. With the White House's visitor center submission, we are seeing the most significant, concerted, real efforts to restore public view sheds and improve the pedestrian experience around the White House in 3 decades. And I like to think that the NCPC has been part of the impetus for action on that front. After the formal presentations in March, commissioners had the opportunity to ask questions and comment, and we then heard public testimony for many hours. I want to emphasize that everyone who wanted to be heard on this project was heard. We did not require in-person testimony as we could have. We heard from folks all over the country, and even a presentation from a couple of well-meaning, if rather misguided engineers from Venezuela who proposed a massive geodesic freedom dome on the South Lawn, which for the record I do not support. I commend so many members of this commission for sitting through the many hours of testimony and thoughtfully considering the testimony that we heard. I want to note that we would have been within our rights as a commission to immediately vote on the ballroom at that point. Indeed, we had a seconded motion on the floor at that time. Instead, we held that motion over to give us more time to properly consider the matter before us in light of the testimony and the materials that we had before us. I have now personally read every single comment submitted to this commission. That has not been a simple or a quick task, but as chairman, I thought it was my duty. I heard every minute of public testimony on this project. I've reviewed our staff's recommendations, and I've reviewed the project materials submitted to us at great length. I should note that many of the negative comments that were submitted to us during this process were frankly unresponsive. They dealt with issues beyond the scope of this commission, the private funding of the ballroom, for instance, or interior decorations, or the demolition process, or were simply opinions on the president himself. Considering issues of this sort is not within our mandate. We are not some sort of free-ranging ballroom justice commission. A great many of the negative comments we received were also copies or variations on a number of what I found to be unhelpful form letters circulated by groups that oppose the ballroom. While I always commend members of the public for engaging with civic processes, I would have preferred to hear unvarnished views as opposed to picked over uninformed language repeated hundreds or thousands of times. I took much more seriously the number of serious architectural critiques that we received. Some were from noted architects, others from simply interested members of the public who took the time to send us their thoughts and comments. And to those members of the public, I thank you, and I want to assure you that I considered your views before coming to my decision today. Today, I will be voting in favor of this project, and I want to explain why. In doing so, I hope my fellow commissioners will indulge me. I think it would be instructive to discuss the actual architectural history of the White House and the White House complex in order to properly contextualize the project that we have before us. And in doing so, I believe that I will address many of the public and architectural concerns that we've received during this process. In 1792, President George Washington and then Secretary of State Thomas Jefferson launched a design competition to design what was then called the President's House. The submission that won out was that of James Hoban. It was inspired, many say, by Leinster House in Dublin, one of the greatest examples of 18th century Georgian architecture in Ireland, with Palladian elements particularly prominent. Design and construction did not end with Hoban, though, by a very long shot. And indeed, if you look at the White House today, it bears very little resemblance to the original Hoban design. Jefferson, who had criticized the White House previously as big enough for, quote, 2 emperors, 1 pope, and the Grand Lama in the bargain, on taking office actually quickly saw a need for expansion. He added colonnades to house various service spaces that would otherwise have been in outbuildings, significantly expanding the original footprint of the White House. Shortly thereafter, of course, the building was substantially burned to the ground by the British during the War of 1812, for which I've still not forgiven them, requiring total reconstruction. And the building that was rebuilt thereafter quickly departed from the relatively simple original Hoban design. James Monroe added the south portico. Andrew Jackson, very controversially, as I alluded to before, added the north portico in 1830. These 2 imposing classical design elements were roundly criticized for their cost and extravagance in their day, but are now perhaps the defining architectural features of the White House. Sprouting up next to the White House, of course, a short while later was the imposing edifice of the Treasury Building. Growing from a relatively small classical structure begun in 1836 to the massive 4 wings that it encompasses today by 1869, the Treasury grew to dwarf in footprint and massing the White House that it sat beside. During the same time period, the continued viability of the White House as the presidential residence and seat of government was repeatedly called into question, for many reasons, but including the fact that it just simply wasn't big enough. Both before and after the Civil War, there were numerous proposals to move or to substantially rebuild the White House, but none of these were pursued. What occurred instead was simply sprawl. The complex started growing in a largely disorganized and ad hoc fashion. On the west side of the White House, for instance, connected to the West Colonnade, massive greenhouses and conservatories grew and grew and grew, until indeed several decades later, by the turn of the 20th century, their footprint rivaled the Executive Mansion, dwarfing any comparable structures on the east side of the building short of the Treasury, and were considered a vital and historic part of the White House complex. Indeed, as a side point, those who speak today about the historical symmetry of the White House as it relates to the ballroom proposal are essentially speaking about a fictional history of the building, not present since the very earliest days of our republic. The White House complex as a whole has never been symmetrical, since perhaps the 1830s, if even then. And then whether it was the burgeoning Treasury Department to one side or the greenhouse facilities on the other, the White House complex in its first century grew in fits and spurts, and it has continued to do so until the present day. Beginning in 1871, rising just to the west of the conservatories and greenhouses, was a new massive addition to the complex. The State War and Navy Building, now called the EEOB, dwarfs the White House, overtopping and literally overshadowing it. With little in the way of architectural coherence with the White House and Treasury, its Second Empire styling and design was roundly criticized. Mark Twain called it the ugliest building in America. Henry Adams called it an architectural insane asylum. Franklin Delano Roosevelt considered a near total redesign of its facade, as it was still reviled as an architectural atrocity in his time. Today, of course, views differ significantly, and most consider it to be quite beautiful, if somewhat discordant with the White House. By 1892, the White House complex was such a mess and so clearly underbuilt given the demands of the presidency at that time that Benjamin Harrison and his formidable wife Caroline proposed a total redesign of the complex, adding diagonal connectors on the east and west of the executive mansion, connecting to two massive halls on either side, equal in size to the executive mansion, that could contain office space, entertaining space, galleries for art and historical artifacts. This plan was never implemented, but it shows that certainly by 1892, the same arguments being made for the ballroom, the same needs being identified, were an issue for the presidency. Proceeding into the 20th century.
More discussion right now about the history of the architecture and the grounds on the White House right now, as we are just a few minutes away, it seems, from a final vote on the White House ballroom plan that President Trump has been talking about quite a bit as the construction work continues on that. Meanwhile, we are continuing to follow the breaking news of the ouster of Pam Bondi as Attorney General. That was first reported just a little bit ago by Fox News. We've seen a confirmation in the last little bit as well from President Donald Trump. Here is what he posted on Truth Social just a little bit ago, about 20 minutes ago now, saying Pam Bondi is a great American patriot and a loyal friend who faithfully served as my Attorney General over the past year. Pam did a tremendous job overseeing a massive crackdown in crime across our country, with murders plummeting to their lowest level since 1900. We love Pam. She will be transitioning to a much needed and important new job in the private sector to be announced at a date in the near future. And our Deputy Attorney General, and a very talented and respected legal mind, Todd Blanche, will step in to serve as acting Attorney General. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And that post on Truth Social, signed President Donald J. Trump. So we're continuing to follow that developing story, that breaking news from the White House this afternoon, as President Trump confirming that the former Florida Attorney General and previous U.S. Attorney General now out of that role in the Trump administration. We are going to talk much more about this as well coming up in just a little bit with one of our political analysts, Dr. Larry Walker from UCF, going to be joining us and talking with us about what this means. Now, we've seen a couple of cabinet members in the Trump administration that have been fired essentially in the past few weeks. So what does this mean for that? And then also talking about the potential political future of Pam Bondi. So those are all things we're going to get into coming up in just a little bit. Right now, though, we need to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We're continuing to track breaking news here this afternoon. Pam Bondi out as Attorney General. And this is the man who is running the department right now as interim Attorney General, Todd Blanche. He was the Deputy Attorney General before Bondi's ouster. He just posted this on social media a little bit ago saying Pam Bondi led this department with strength and conviction, and I'm grateful for her leadership and friendship. Thank you to President Trump for the trust and the opportunity to serve as acting Attorney General. We will continue backing the blue, enforcing the law, and doing everything in our power to keep America safe. So continuing to see some reactions coming in. There have also been a number of reports that EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin could be the president's pick for Attorney General to move through that confirmation process as his next AG. I should note that the EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin is expected to be at this news conference alongside Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. This was a news conference that was supposed to start at 1 o'clock and then got pushed back to 2 o'clock. So it's going to be interesting to, we will get our first chance to see Lee Zeldin speak after this news. Again, unconfirmed reports at this point that that the president is interested in nominating him for that role. The current acting administrator or the acting attorney general is the deputy attorney general. But if the president wants someone else, again, we're seeing reporting, including from Fox, that it could be Lee Zeldin that the president might run in that role. So again, we are expecting to hear and see Lee Zeldin coming up in this next little bit. So we'll keep an eye on that once that news conference gets underway. Right now, though, I am, and just to let you know, we will have more coverage in the next little bit as well on the firing of Attorney General Pam Bondi. I'm going to be speaking with one of our political analysts in the next little bit. So stay tuned for that. Meanwhile, let me get you back to this meeting of the National Capital Planning Commission, expected to give a final vote. They're having some discussion right now about the White House ballroom plans that have been championed by President Trump. So let's go ahead and listen in as things get teed up for a final vote on that.
Of the architecture of the project itself and more political in nature. I think all of the real feedback has been well considered. I think that perhaps we'll hear some differences today, but I think it's been well considered. I think it's clear that the team that has been on this project cares about what this commission thinks and has worked hard with it, as well as any project that has happened certainly during my time here, as any other team has. And so with that, I think we should all support this project. I will certainly be supporting this project, and I will yield further comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Blair. Administrator Forrest.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and our fellow commissioners. I think this project is absolutely appropriate and logical. We're all familiar with our president's constitutional roles, but our president is also the convener in chief of the United States and the most powerful in the world. Would we have done more with appropriately sized and framework space over the decades and centuries? I surely believe so. Until now, we've convened as we can, probably not convened as we should. That's world leaders, business leaders, athletic, scientific, technical. We've retained a notable, federally accomplished architect. We've sourced the capital 100% from private pay. The attention to detail, I think, seems exquisite. And we talk about an accelerated process. We all know things take as long as we let them. 97 days ago, when I was sworn in as the administrator of GSA, we launched Project 410. It's our North Star. It took 410 days to build the entirety of the Empire State Building. Things do take as long as we let them. I've every confidence this is going to be magnificent. We're going to wonder why we didn't do it earlier. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll also be supporting this with a firm yes.
Thank you, Administrator Forrest. Commissioner Dixon.
Mr. Chairman, I have no comments at this time. I'll pass.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Mendelson.
Thank you. So I'm going to start with a question, which I think is to Mr. Acosta. I received a note earlier today that some of the president's statements and renderings regarding the ballroom are not consistent with what we have before us today. I don't know if that's correct. Do you know? And is what we're voting on, is that what is binding, or what the president has been speaking or describing?
Sure. So I can answer that, Chairman Mendelson. The motion that the chairman gave at the beginning regarding the addendum to the EDR that was circulated to commissioners and posted on our website yesterday incorporates the updated design that had been shared, and that we received the information on that from the project architect and applicant team. And so what is with the amended motion, assuming the motion passes the commission today, it would be the updated plans that have been circulated that the commission is approving.
Regardless of public statements that might be somewhat different.
The
public statements by the president.
What is before the commission to be approved is the updated plans that were shared.
Okay.
That includes the removal of the southern staircase, which you previously criticized, sir, and the addition of the southwest switchbacks there.
Yes, no, I understand. I looked at it. I just wanted to understand clearly what the commission has before it. So I have a number of comments. I'm going to see if I can have these somewhat organized. The issue to me is not whether there should be a ballroom. And I think a lot of the comments here have been about whether there should be a ballroom. I don't think that's it. It's the design. And I don't think the issue is that, well, other changes to the White House have been criticized, and therefore the critiques here are not justified. I'm sure there have been a lot of other proposals for the White House that were in fact not adopted. What we have before us is this proposal, and whether this proposal is acceptable or the best it can be. I have previously spoken to the issue of time and consideration. I recognize that spending 2 years on a fence is an awful long time. And it does seem to me that it could happen more quickly. I'm looking at administrative force. On the other hand, we've had this for maybe 3 months. Our first discussion, I believe, was at the January meeting. And I think there's a lot of value to the iterative process. And we've not.
A lot of discussion right now ahead of a final vote on the White House ballroom plans. Meanwhile, we're continuing to see more reaction come in to the ouster of Pam Bondi as Attorney General. This from Senator Rick Scott, who was a former Florida governor, and at the same time that Pam Bondi was the state's Attorney General. And so Senator Scott tweeting just about 8 minutes ago, Pam Bondi is a great friend and one of the best lawyers I've ever met. She did an incredible job as Florida's Attorney General when I was governor, and she has been an incredible U.S. Attorney General. Ann and I are proud of all Pam has accomplished to make America safe again and restore the rule of law. Thank you, at AG Pam Bondi. So that reaction from Florida's Republican Senator Rick Scott. We are also seeing some comments on social media from Robert Garcia. He is the ranking member of the House Oversight Committee that has been kind of leading the charge in the investigations into the Epstein files and been deposing a number of folks in connection with that. They have wanted to have Pam Bondi testify under oath. And so this statement just coming in from Robert Garcia saying Attorney General Pam Bondi has been leading a White House cover-up of the Epstein files. She has weaponized the Department of Justice to protect Donald Trump and put survivors in harm's way by exposing their identities. She will not escape accountability and remains legally obligated to appear before our committee under oath. She must answer for her mishandling of the Epstein files and the special treatment she's given Ghislaine Maxwell. Oversight Democrats have been leading serious investigations into Bondi and Secretary Kristi Noem. If they think we are moving on because they were fired, they are gravely mistaken. So we could still see Pam Bondi called before the Oversight Committee to testify under oath in the ongoing Epstein probe, that according to the ranking Democrat on that committee. Continuing to track this breaking news, we'll have more analysis coming up in a little bit. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, getting closer to the 2 o'clock hour here as our live streaming news coverage continues on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook right now. I want to get you back to this discussion of the White House ballroom and what we are seeing right now, some questions about what the plans actually include. This is the National Capital Planning Commission that includes a number of members, some from the presidential administration, some from the mayor's administration, some from the District of Columbia District Council, a number of different folks that are a part of this board that is going to vote shortly on where things stand with those amended plans for the expansion of that East Wing ballroom. So let's go ahead and listen in for a couple more minutes here.
Exists, speaks to the value of the iterative process, that there have been changes made. I don't think they're enough. I think that if we had more time, and I can't help but wonder, but that the court action, the injunction, even though it's been stayed, would give us more time, that we would be able to see even better improvements that still protect the program. That's not the issue for me, but have a addition that is more compatible. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mendelson. Commissioner Henderson.
I have no comments at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Giacchetti.
I have no comments at this time either. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cozart. We don't have Commissioner Cozart with us. Apologies. Commissioner Solisas.
Thank you, Chairman. With the thorough work the NCPC staff has done and the improvements to the project I see today, and the important element that you made, Mr. Chairman, that the complex has to evolve. It has to evolve to meet the functioning of the administration and the White House. It's very important that it's able to do that and meet the mission requirements of the president and his staff. I think that's critical at the time, too, to make sure that those things happen quickly. I think it will, as you point out, also will serve the leadership today and in the future. So with that, I support the project moving ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stidham.
Thank you, Chairman. With that, I have a statement on behalf of Secretary Burgum I would like to read. So good afternoon. I am providing the following statement on behalf of the Secretary of Interior, Doug Burgum, regarding the Commission's final vote on the East Wing Modernization Project. The Secretary recognizes and appreciates the substantial public testimony received on this proposal. The record reflects a wide range of perspectives, including comments emphasizing historic preservation values and the symbolic importance of the White House grounds, concerns about scale, massing, and visibility from key public viewpoints, concerns about impacts to the historic landscape composition and axial views, questions about process and transparency, and from some commenters, support for improvements framed as strengthening national pride and the civic character of the Capitol. Today, the Secretary is voting in support of the project. This vote reflects the Secretary's judgment that the final design, as presented for Commission action, advances in operational.
A final vote expected in just moments on the final vote, I should say, on the latest plans for the White House ballroom expansion project that is underway on the White House grounds. So we're keeping an eye on that. We are going to take one more break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be back at the top of the hour. We're going to welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live. And we are going to transition to a number of other topics as well, get you caught up on all the big news of the day. So keep it right here, and we'll.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. It's 2 o'clock. We've been live streaming for the last 3 hours. Things have gotten a little busy with some breaking news today, and so I want to let you know some of what you can expect over this next hour. We are continuing to track the breaking news that Pam Bondi is out as U.S. Attorney General. The former Florida Attorney General going to be transitioning to a new role in the private sector, according to President Donald Trump in a post on Truth Social just a little bit ago. So coming up in about 20 minutes or so, we're going to be speaking with one of our political analysts about what this move means and some other things as well. We've heard some names already being floated about as a potential replacement for, including the EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, who is expected to speak at a news conference or in the next little bit alongside Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. So we'll be keeping an eye on all of that. We're continuing to track Artemis today. If you joined us for our special coverage yesterday, thank you. We had a lot of coverage counting you down to the launch of Artemis II, and now that crew is heading toward the moon. It's a 10-day journey there and back. And so a lot of excitement for that. We're going to check in with Fox 35's Esther Bauer coming up in just a few minutes. We've got a whole lot that we're taking a look at today, including newly released body camera video showing the aftermath of the crash involving Tiger Woods. This video coming to us courtesy TMZ Sports. Check it out.
Found my phone, and all of a sudden, boom. I'm gonna just take a look at it. Go in and just like take. Is this comfortable for you?
Yeah. You are.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. 718 refresh. Talking security yet? Yeah. They're all in. Okay. Why don't you have the company?
I don't feel anything out of the asshole. We're still gonna have our medic come and check you out. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Disregard that. 718 security.
All right.
Good then? Yeah, all set. Yeah.
He's okay. I just checked for anything on his back. I didn't feel anything.
No, that's him. I'm right here. You're right here. I held him.
Who hit him?
He hit the trailer. I don't know. So he kept coming.
Okay.
And I tried to look.
Okay. And you're in this vehicle?
Huh?
So you were stopped.
I was getting ready to turn in. And he was coming fast. I don't think he was looking. That's the thing.
Yeah. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. It hit the trailer. You know. I don't know if I gotta take this tire. I don't even know if I can drive it out of here. Right?
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
I'm gonna move my car up here. I'm gonna block all this.
Yeah.
Tell that biker you gotta go the other way.
You're gonna have to go back around.
Everybody?
Yeah, everybody.
That video showing the initial response from law enforcement officers to the scene, their initial contact with Tiger Woods, who you could see had sunglasses on, telling police officers on the scene there that he just looked down at his phone and then bam, essentially. What we know from the arrest report is that investigators believe he was had looked down at his phone when that truck pulling the trailer in front of him had slowed down or stopped to pull into the driveway, that Tiger Woods had gone around and then clipped that trailer, and then you saw the SUV flipped over. So where do things go from here, and what do we make of the body camera video? I want to bring in one of our legal analysts, Jose Rivas, who's a defense attorney who is joining us live now via Zoom. Jose, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you for having me today.
All right, so we saw some of that body camera video. Did not see in that clip the field sobriety tests that were conducted, but what's your reaction to seeing that? Does anything stand out to you about the body camera video and the initial response?
Well, I have seen the field sobriety exercise, or at least part of it. You know, the first thing is law enforcement needs to create probable cause. Once either they pull you over or the stop is valid. In this case, there's an accident, so the stop is valid. What's next? They're going to investigate based on their observations to see if there are any signs of impairment. The body-worn camera that I saw, actually, they're doing the HGN test. Now, in particularly to the HGN test, you have to be a specifically trained, what we call a DRE, drug recognition expert, in order to administer that test. I looked at the test. I don't think they're administered correctly. That's a story for a different day. But it's impossible to be able to think that you're going to be able to do the field sobriety exercises on the side of the road after your vehicle rolled over on the side. You're in pain. You're in shock. It's impossible to do them correctly.
So it sounds like you're saying there could be openings for his defense team to kind of take issue with some of how things were done.
Absolutely. When you see they're doing the AGN test, they're looking for lack of smooth pursuit on the pupil. You know, they have to be done correctly. They have to be 12 inches away. The pace, in my opinion, the officer was doing really quickly unless the video was altered. You know, so those have to be. That's scientific evidence, but also it's not 100%. There's different reasons why you're going to have lack of pursuit in your eye. Now, that just creates what we call a probable cause for an arrest. Then we see that they take him in and he refuses. He does the breath test, which is 000, which is going to be able to tell the jury, if this case goes to trial, that there's no alcohol whatsoever. Now, he refuses the urine test. What does that mean? What that means is that the state can use what we call consciousness of guilt. The state can tell the jury that, listen, he refused because based on consciousness of guilt. The issue is that in Florida, as of last year, there's a new law that says that if you refuse, any of the tests, if you refuse any of the tests, you're going to be charged with a misdemeanor refusal. And then at that point, they can tell the jury, your driver's license is going to be suspended. There's other consequences. But the idea is, if you're going to refuse something, refuse all of them. In this particular case, we don't know if this officer is a DRE, drug recognition expert, and if she's not, the jury will never hear that evidence, and the state will never be able to use that evidence.
That's interesting to hear, and essentially, especially with some of the defense, we know that a not guilty plea was entered. They waived his arraignment as well, and so I want to ask about that. The decision to waive the arraignment, is there a benefit to them doing that? Does that prevent showing Tiger Woods in a courtroom before he may have to appear otherwise? Talk about that step.
That's done 100% in all the cases. Number one, the attorney's going to file a notice of appearance. It's going to enter a plea of not guilty. What that does is it starts the judicial process, and you're going to waive his presence at arraignment. All that happens at arraignment is the judge will tell him what he's charged with, what are the maximum penalties, and will ask him if he wants a public defender or an attorney. Since he's completed all of those, there's no reason to have an arraignment. The clerk of courts will cancel that court date and will give us what we call a pre-trial conference, which is just a status to see if both parties have exchanged discovery. Most likely his presence will be waived in that hearing as well.
You talk about some of the factors that would be considered by a jury if this were to get to a jury trial at some point. Given what we know about the case, how do you think that plays out? How do similar cases, let me say it this way, how do similar cases that don't involve a golf legend play out with similar circumstances, similar facts?
Well, first of all, they're going to have to, they can do a motion to suppress that there's not enough probable cause. For example, if this person is not a DRE, you're going to be able to exclude that evidence. The jury will never be able to hear it. And then at that point, it gets set for trial. There's a factor where he admitted to taking some medication during the interview while they were doing the field sobriety exercises. Remember, from what I saw, they did not do the field walk and turn or the turn and walk. What happens with that is, obviously during an accident, you can't use it. You're especially if you have any kind of knee surgeries and all the surgery that you have. Now, secondly, as far as the refusal, they'll be able to tell the jury that there's a refusal. The bottom line is that here they don't have any evidence whatsoever. They don't have any lab reports because there's no urine to tell the jury that he's under the influence of any other drugs or alcohol. So what do we have? All we have is the observations of the officers.
Right. A lot of interesting things to watch then going forward, given what you've told us today based on what you saw in the body camera video. Jose Rivas, we appreciate your expertise and thanks for joining us today here on Florida Live.
Thank you for having me.
We'll give you a live look at the visualization right now from NASA as we continue to track Artemis II, the Orion capsule that is heading to the moon right now after a huge and historic launch yesterday from Florida's Space Coast. We had team coverage for you all day yesterday long, counting you down and taking you through that launch. And at the center of that, we had Fox 35's Esther Bauer, who joins us live right now again from Kennedy Space Center. And Esther, a little bit of a different scene out there today.
Yes, Barrett, it really has calmed down quite a bit. I do hope you can hear me because the weather has also been dicier today than it was during the perfect launch yesterday, dodging some showers and some pretty high winds. So I'm so glad that the mission took off. But yeah, the press site here, this stage behind me, they're actually tearing it, or right over here, they're actually tearing it down right now. And then this grassy pasture, only a few tents left. A lot of the media has cleared out, but it's still really cool because the countdown clock is still moving. And so it's showing us we're now 19 hours and 35 minutes into this mission. That is great news. But we do want to talk about really the meat of the mission hasn't even started yet. And we're saying that because this is a 10-day test flight. But right now, the astronauts are still close to us here at home. They have been circling the Earth so far. And they're doing that because NASA still wants to be doing thousands and thousands of tests and checks on the capsule before making the decision. We're being told that could happen later tonight, just before 8 p.m., around 7:49 or so. NASA says they will make the call then. Are we going to put this capsule into the lunar orbit? Now, that matters because once they start going into that lunar orbit, they can't just turn around and come on home. They really have to complete the mission. They don't have fuel at that point to just turn the capsule around and head on back home. Once they're in that orbit, They're using the moon to really pull them where they need to go. And then once they do their full orbit of the far side of the moon, they're going to use the Earth to pull them back home. So tonight is a major milestone in the mission. Liftoff was beautiful, picture perfect, amazing. But NASA is right now testing this capsule, doing so many checks because they need to make sure if they commit to this burn to get into the lunar orbit, the crew is going to be safe. So we are still tracking a lot of new developments. We know that NASA is running several tests, and something I've been curious about is we've seen comms problems pop up quite a bit, these communication checks. Can the ground teams hear from the astronauts on board? Think of it like your call dropping out. We deal with that. They've been dealing with those for quite some time. Actually, with their wet dress rehearsals, they were having comm checks problems. As soon as the mission started, they had another comm check problem. So we asked some of our space sources, do we think that a communication dropout would be enough threat that NASA engineers would say, hey, I don't think it's safe to go on with the mission? Only because we've really seen those persistently pop up. The space sources that we spoke to said they don't really think that. They understand the further they go away from Earth, it's more likely that the crew is going to lose communication. Mission control will have moments where we just don't have communication with the crew. So they are not feeling like any kind of comms problems would be enough to scrap this and send the crew back home early, but really a lot more to still happen before we really see the meat of this mission pick up and we see the crew slingshot around the moon.
So Esther, obviously a big moment tonight when they make that call whether or not to do that burn and head toward the moon. What happens if they decide not to?
So we're told that they can still make the most of the mission. They'd have to stay in an orbit closer to home. They obviously wouldn't be doing what their goal was to go to the moon. But if they were orbiting in a high Earth orbit, staying up there, gathering data, because we've been talking about they're wearing a lot of science on them to kind of track how they're doing with their overall health. So they would collect data from that perspective, and then they'd also just be flying this capsule. So they would spend a lot of time doing that too. So NASA definitely wouldn't want to scrap the mission. No one wants to see it scrapped. So they would do what they could where they were closer to Earth to still learn what they could.
All right, the Fox 35's Esther Bauer tracking the Artemis mission from launch, and now it's in space. Really been cool to watch that, Esther. We appreciate all your hard work.
Awesome.
And thanks for joining us.
I'll keep you posted.
All right, we will stay tuned for that. We're going to take a break right now here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And I'm going to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, joining us live from their newsroom in Tampa. And good afternoon, Nancy.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, a suspect is in custody in connection with a house fire in St. Petersburg that claimed the life of a teenager and also severely injured a 35-year-old woman. So we're told that 18-year-old Charles Chambliss III turned himself in yesterday, and he is now facing charges of felony murder and 3 counts of attempted felony murder. Investigators say the fire broke out on March 22nd at a home on Neptune Drive Southeast. Now, there were 4 people inside that home, including 18-year-old Angelina Anderson, who died from her injuries. Her sister, 35-year-old Ashley Nero, remains in the hospital with severe burns, and Nero's 2 young sons were able to escape those flames without injury. Detectives say doorbell cameras and the police department's Eagle Eye program played a crucial role in this investigation. Police say footage shows Chambliss walking into the carport around 3:30 in the morning and starting a fire under a car. Now, investigators say that fire spread quickly, engulfing the carport as then moving into the home. Now, while Chambliss lived nearby and was reportedly an acquaintance of the family, police are still searching for a motive. The suspect's father, Charles Chambliss Jr., is also facing charges. He is accused of tampering with evidence. Investigators say he threw away clothing that may have been linked to this crime. Now, this investigation is still active, and anybody that has any information is asked to call detectives. They can be reached at 727-893-7780, or else tipsters can submit their tip by texting TIP 411. Garrett?
And Nancy, I know you're also continuing to follow up on the siblings who were arrested, accused of placing the explosives at MacDill Air Force Base. What's the latest on that?
Yeah, so earlier this week, 27-year-old Anne Mary Zhang appeared in a Tampa federal courtroom for a pretrial detention hearing. Investigators say she helped her brother, Alan Zhang, place an IED device near the visitor center at MacDill Air Force Base. Of course, that happened back on March 10th. Now, the investigation reveals that the siblings allegedly sold the car used in the plot at a CarMax before flying to China together on March 12th. An Air Force service member found that explosive device 4 days later, and experts say that IED was capable of causing serious harm or even death. Now, while Anne Mary flew back to the United States on March 17th and was taken into custody, her brother remains on the run in China. Now, in court, prosecutors argued that she is a flight risk and a danger to the investigation. Those prosecutors pointed to her ChatGPT history, which reportedly showed that she was looking into Chinese visas as well as power of attorney for her brother's property. Now, investigators also said that they found a photo on her phone of a form her brother filled out to remain in China. Now, right now, the United States does not have an extradition treaty with China, but experts say federal agents are working with international partners to track Alan Zhang down. In a separate development, the siblings' mother was also picked up by agents for overstaying her visa. A federal judge is expected to decide tomorrow whether Anne Mary Zhang will be granted bond or if she will remain in jail. Garrett?
All right, so still a lot to watch in that case. And finally, a record-breaking baby in Pasco County.
Yes, this has actually been one of our top stories this week. So little Lucie Nonnenberg, she was born at HCA Florida Trinity Hospital on March 26th. And Garrett, she was weighed 9 pounds and 13 ounces, but it's not her weight that has everybody talking. It's actually her length. Lucie measured 23 inches long at birth. Now keep in mind, that is almost 2 feet. Her mother says she was stunned, and even her doctor was stunned stunned at how long Lucie was. Now, her OBGYN, who has been in practice for 17 years, says Lucie is the longest baby she has ever delivered. And because of her size, Lucie is already keeping her parents busy. They say that she has a massive appetite and is currently eating every 2 hours. And in fact, she is growing so fast, she has already skipped right past newborn and 3-month clothing sizes. And her father says that she is already wearing clothes meant for a 6-month-old. Now, Lucie is back at home now, and she's getting to know her big brother, who's 2 years old. His name is Warren. And while her parents are still in shock over her giant status, her mother says she is simply looking forward to supporting her daughter in whatever she decides to do, whether she grows up to be a basketball star or anything else that she dreams of. HCA Florida Trinity Hospital says they are currently reviewing records to see exactly how Lucie's measurements stack up against other births in the hospital's history. Garrett?
Yeah, she might already be getting an NIL deal from USF the new women's basketball coach, Christy Curry.
Yeah, for sure. She probably already is, because she is a super long, or if you want to say super tall, baby already. So as her mother says, she may have a future career in basketball.
All right, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, thanks for joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
Got the Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard joining me now for our Florida Live forecast. And Laurel, we are glad the launch went off yesterday. Everything went fine, because the weather today might not have cooperated quite as much.
Yeah, and I do want to say, yesterday it quite literally was perfect along the Space Coast, because literally there were clouds, there was rain. Unfortunately, our cruise, this poor Marie, she got like poured on. And so then as the launch was nearing closer, the skies quite literally cleared. There was no rain in sight. Like, it worked out perfectly yesterday. If the launch went off today, yesterday it was an 80, and then it actually got bumped up to 90% chance of go for weather. So really there was only technical issues that could have delayed the launch. So if it did go off today, they were looking at maybe a 60-70% chance of go. So the conditions yesterday worked out perfectly. I don't know if they would have worked out as perfectly if it worked out today.
Yeah, because we're seeing quite a bit of that cloud cover around the region.
Not just the cloud cover, just take a look all the way in the background. You can see that rain just falling out there. A couple more peaks of sunshine on the way, but we're going to be in for a partly to mostly cloudy afternoon. Taking a look at your Thursday, some of us have already seen rain, especially along the Space Coast, eastern Orange County, and now downtown Orlando, Seminole County, starting to get in on the rain as well. As we take a look over our downtown Orlando camera, we can see some of those storms making their way up towards Deltona, and we can see another little batch of storms starting to make their way up into southern Osceola County. This is really just going to ride the border between Polk and Osceola County basically for the next couple of hours, as this little line of showers just continues to move on up. Just very quick spotty showers through the rest of the afternoon and evening, maybe an isolated thunderstorm thrown in the mix, but a little bit more of a rain chance than what we saw this time yesterday. So through the rest of the evening, we are still going to be holding that chance of showers and a couple of thunderstorms again thrown in the mix as well. Nothing too crazy, not any severe weather expected, but again, this is kind of just that little bit of practice of what we normally get every single afternoon when we take a look a little bit closer to summer. So this really just is bringing in that welcome rain, and who do we need it? Because last week we have been seeing areas across Central Florida kind of in that level 1, level 2 area of drought, but now starting to really see that level 3 area of drought really start to move in across Central Florida. You'll notice a lot more red, and even that darker red now on the drought monitor. So we are in desperate need of rain. So any little bit of rain helps, especially when we're in this deep of a drought. We are going to be seeing more rain chances. However, maybe not on the day that everyone wants, because of course I'm talking about Easter Sunday is when we're expecting our next more significant rain chance. Things are going to be scattered. It's not going to be a total washout of a day, but things definitely going to be a little bit more on the scattered side. Taking a look at Sunday, and then that's going to continue into Monday as well. So kind of breaking down the forecast, scattered showers, maybe a thunderstorm thrown in the mix as we take a look at a little bit later on tonight. Partly to mostly cloudy skies as we take a look ahead towards your Friday morning, but Friday looking actually pretty good. Maybe a storm or two up in Gainesville, but other than that, we are looking good. Pick of the weekend for sure, so if you are doing any early Easter events on Saturday, things are going to be looking great. Maybe a spot shower, but really what we're going to be watching is our next cold front, which of course is going to be moving through on Easter Sunday. Again, not a total washout, so we'll definitely pick out the times of the day when it's going to be dry, but this definitely may dampen a couple of Easter egg hunts out there, especially as we're taking a look ahead towards your Easter afternoon. So Easter weekend overall, some spotty storms on Sunday, but it's going to be warm out there, Garrett. It's going to really just be on the warmer side overall. We're looking at a high of 87 degrees, so if you're looking for a good beach day, I know we weren't necessarily having the best great beach conditions this time last week, so we were really going to be seeing much more of those nicer beach conditions. Taking a look Saturday and Sunday, and if you are doing any Easter egg hunts, this is probably one of my favorite graphics that I have on our Easter set list. So for your chocolate melting meter, especially in the afternoon, we're looking at a high of 85 degrees on Sunday. So you're going to definitely need to eat that chocolate quick as soon as you find it. But to find that dry time, especially in the morning of Easter Sunday, looks the best so far. 9 a.m. to noon, things are looking great. Some clouds are going to start to move in at around 3, but it's mainly Sunday evening as of now is when we're going to be expecting that front to roll through. So the majority of your Easter Sunday looks good. However, if you do have any like later on dinner plans or maybe even an evening Easter egg hunt planned, then you might want to move that up so you can make sure it's definitely going to stay dry before that rain starts to move in.
All right, so kind of heading into a little bit of a summer pattern.
A little bit of a summer pattern, but Garrett, I have to say, I know that I'm going to bring up a polarizing topic. Do we have like a favorite Easter candy? Is one kind of like ranking above all the rest?
I'm a chocolate person, so give me like the Reese's or the Reese's eggs or one of the Cadbury eggs. I also like the little Robin eggs. No, I'm just picking all the candies. but the chocolate. I don't need a Peep. I do like jelly beans, but I don't need the Peeps.
Peeps, I will 100% say the only thing that Peeps are good for is putting them in the microwave. I'm not a Peep fan.
Kind of make like a s'mores out of it almost.
Okay. I agree, but I'm with you. I'm with the chocolate. Any Hershey's, honestly, the little lint bugs, those are my favorite.
Ooh, okay. I'll have to look for those. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break, give you a live look at Daytona Beach right now, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. Do want to give you an update on that panel that we were watching, the National Capital Planning Commission. They did give their final okay on the Trump ballroom, the White House ballroom expansion plans. So that's an update on that as we were listening to some of that discussion earlier today. But the breaking news this afternoon that we've been following is the firing of Pam Bondi as Attorney General, and what happens now with that. So we want to bring in a political analyst here, Dr. Larry Walker, a UCF professor, joining us live now via Zoom. And Dr. Walker, thanks for joining us today. Curious to get your reaction to this move and the timing of it.
Yeah, actually, it's not that surprising. There's been a lot of talk over the last couple of weeks. This might happen. We know that Kristi Noem was fired just a few weeks ago. This is the second cabinet member. I think one of the things that's really important for those who are watching understand that when you're in a cabinet position, particularly a high-profile cabinet position like AG, is that you serve at the will of the president. And anytime the president doesn't feel like you're meeting his objectives, then it's his right, in this case, to find someone else. And now we have an interim, and it will be interesting to see who is the individual that the president chooses and what the confirmation process looks like.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see. You mentioned the Deputy Attorney General taking over right now as an interim and acting Attorney General. One of the names that we've seen some of the reporting, I'm just going to make a quick note here, some reporting that Lee Zeldin, the EPA administrator, might be one of the names that Trump is considering for replacing Pam Bondi. And let me give just a quick live look right now, because we are expecting the EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin to be at this news conference that was originally scheduled for 1 o'clock and has now been pushed back to 2 o'clock. And here it is 2:30 and still hasn't begun. So we're keeping an eye out for that, just on a bit of a tangent there. But so you mentioned this is now the second cabinet member in just a few weeks. Obviously, Kristi Noem as Department of Homeland Security, now Pam Bondi out as the Attorney General and the head of the Department of Justice. What do you make of kind of that upheaval kind of coming back to back, essentially, in some ways like that?
Well, in situations like this, when you see two, high-ranking cabinet members dismissed in a short period of time, it is as clear as if the president, once again, doesn't feel like they're doing a good job of meeting his expectations. And as I said a few minutes earlier, you're essentially at will in these cabinet, particularly high profile. But I think it's going to be interesting to see if anyone else finds themselves in a similar situation. The current FBI director, among others, has faced challenges in terms of questions on Capitol Hill. And so I would not be surprised if this is the only individual we see dismissed before summer starts.
Fox News is reporting that this is something that the president may have been considering for a while. We had heard rumblings about this for a while, it seems like, in reports, kind of scattered here and there. What do you think it may have been that kind of got to this point with Pam Bondi?
I think one of the challenges the former Attorney General faced is the intense scrutiny from Congress over a variety of issues, the Epstein files. There are numerous other issues in terms of how law enforcement, ICE, et cetera, is interacting with individuals and whether you should prosecute those individuals. And so also I would add is, as former congressional staffer, when you have a high-ranking individual who's a member of the cabinet who also testifies a number of times, she's spent hours being grilled by members of the House and Senate. And so when that happens, you're not going to be perfect. And sometimes you may say things that someone, whether it's the president or one of the senior advisors, might have a problem with. But once again, this is the challenge of being a high-ranking cabinet official. And like I said, when you spend so much time testifying on a variety of hot-button issues, then unfortunately leaves you open for a lot of scrutiny.
And we have seen today from the ranking Democrat on the House Oversight Committee saying essentially if they thought that Pam Bondi being out as Attorney General would keep her from having to testify in front of their committee as part of their next steps in the Epstein probe, and essentially they're saying you're wrong. They still are saying they want to hear from her in that ongoing probe when it comes to the Epstein files. And we have seen, specifically with the handling of those files, some on the right and the left that have criticized her handling of this from the beginning.
Yeah, that's an important point. You've also seen just today, since she was dismissed, you saw some information from the attorneys representing the victims in this case. And I think the other thing is that you highlighted is, there won't possibly, you heard the ranking member, but you didn't hear the chair, which is important to say that it won't stop them from having her testify. But now she does not have the protections she once had as a cabinet official. So she's Congress or the House and Senate said they want her to testify. She, obviously she did before, but even more so now as a civilian, she would have no choice but to testify. Now, certainly she could, there are various other ways she could plead the fifth, et cetera, but she's really going to have to testify if Congress requests it.
So the president is saying on Truth Social that she's heading to a job in the private sector. We know she previously was Florida's attorney general. That might be tough for her to run again, at least this time around, if she wanted to get that job back, because the president has already endorsed James Uthmeyer in that race. Does Pam Bondi have a future in politics if she desires one?
I think she does. You talked about her work here in the state of Florida as AG, and then obviously sitting in the big chair at the federal level. And I think it's it's commonplace for individuals who serve this administration, other administrations, cabinet positions, to be asked to step down. And so she's been given, even though she's been dismissed, a bit of a soft landing in the language you heard the president use in terms of some future private sector job. But you certainly can't count her out. She's been in politics for a number of years, has a number of connections, not only in the state of Florida, but nationally. And so it'll be interesting to see how things play out. Does she run for a future position in the state of Florida, or does she relocate, move somewhere else and decide to do something? Run for a more prominent position in another state. So she still has, I think, plenty of time to decide what she wants to do. But I'm quite sure you'll see her take, like I said, some job in the private sector, as the president highlighted, reset, and then I'm quite sure you will see her, which she starts a PAC, political action committee or something like that. You will see her reemerge sometime soon.
All right, Dr. Larry Walker, political analyst, UCF associate professor. Always appreciate your perspective, and thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today.
Always a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and I want to get you to this live event that is just getting underway. You see to the left of your screen there, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the Secretary of Health and Human Services for the United States. The EPA Administrator, Lee Zeldin, also expected to be at this event. The reason I bring that up is we have heard some reporting that he may be one of the names that Trump is considering as a replacement for Pam Bondi as Attorney General. So we're going to be interested to see what happens with that. But let's go ahead and listen in. This is an event where the EPA and Health and Human Services is essentially announcing what they're saying is a Make America Healthy Again win when it comes to microplastics. So let's go ahead and listen in live.
At NYU Lagoon Health, whose work focuses on environmental exposures and their impact on child health and long-term outcomes. Thank you all for being here and for the work you are doing to advance the field at a very critical moment. And now it's my pleasure to introduce a man who has spent more than 4 decades working at the intersection of environmental protection and public health, HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Hello, everybody. Today we mark a turning point. The EPA and HHS are acting together to confront microplastics as a human health threat. And we are doing it with urgency and discipline. Plastic has become embedded in modern life. It's also become embedded in the human body. Researchers have detected microplastics in human blood, lung tissue, liver, kidneys, and human placentas. Studies have found them in more than 80% of people tested. One analysis estimates that the average person ingests tens of thousands of microplastic particles each year through food, water, and air. Another study reports concentrations in the brain equivalent by mass to roughly a spoonful of plastic in every human brain. And this number, by the way, has gone up by 50% since 2016. And inevitably, it's going to go up exponentially if we continue along the same road. And in a study of 62 placentas, every single sample contained microplastics, evidence that exposure begins before birth. This is not a rare exposure. This is baseline. We are not dealing with a distant or theoretical risk. We are dealing with a measurable and growing presence inside the human body. And the signal is getting stronger. Animal studies show that microplastic exposure can drive inflammation, cardiovascular damage, impaired cognition, and tumor growth. Human data raises parallel concerns. Diseased tissue consistently shows higher concentrations of microplastics than when compared to healthy tissue. In one major clinical study, patients with microplastics detected in arterial plaque faced a 4.5-fold higher risk of heart attack, stroke, or death in less than 3 years. That's a 450% elevated risk. We do not ignore signals like that. We investigate them. But we still do not have clear answers about causation or solutions. We cannot reliably quantify total microplastic burden in individuals, and we can't distinguish which particle sizes, shapes, components, or polymers drive the worst toxicity. We do not yet understand how these particles interact with the immune system, the endocrine system, or the neurological system. And we do not have validated methods to remove them safely. Not all microplastics behave the same. Different materials accumulate in different organs and appear to drive different biological effects. Without that distinction, there is no roadmap for action. We can't treat what we cannot measure. We cannot regulate what we don't understand. So today, HHS, through ARPA-H and Alicia Jackson here, alongside EPA, is taking direct action. We are launching STOMP, which stands for Systematic Targeting of Microplastics. It's a $144 million national program to measure, understand, and to remove microplastics from the human body. We are focusing on three questions: what is in the body, what's causing the harm, and how do we remove it? And we're answering them in that order. We will first build and standardize gold-grade tools capable of detecting and quantifying microplastics across tissue and fluids with precision. Next, we will map how microplastics move through the body, how they cross biological barriers like the gut lining and the blood-brain barrier, where they accumulate, and how long they persist. Third, we will develop targeted, clinically safe strategies to reduce microplastic burden in the body. We will also prioritize those at the greatest risk: pregnant women whose exposure reaches the developing fetus, children whose bodies and brains are still in formation, workers in high exposure environments, and patients with chronic conditions that may be exacerbated by inflammatory or toxic stressors. The science has not kept pace with the scale of exposure. We are now going to close that gap. We are bringing together engineers, clinicians, toxicologists, and data scientists. We are setting measurable targets. We are holding ourselves accountable for results. I want to thank Elisa Jackson, the director of ARPA-H, for driving this effort forward, and my colleague and friend, Administrator Lee Zeldin at EPA, the Assistant Administrator for Office of Water, Jessica Kramer, and everyone else at the EPA for aligning environmental and human health priorities into a single mission. Together, we're going to define the risk, build the tools, and act on the evidence regarding microplastics. We're not going to speculate, we're going to measure. We're not going to delay, we are going to move. And thanks to the leadership of President Trump, we will give the American people clear answers about what's in their bodies and what it means for their health. This is how we're going to make America healthy again. Thank you, and I'm now honored to introduce my colleague, my friend, Administrator Lee Zeldin at EPA.
Well, thank you, Secretary Kennedy, and welcome back to EPA. This room is filled up not just with a lot of great, dedicated staffers here at EPA, but others from outside of government, as well as HHS. And I'm sure everyone here is extremely grateful for your leadership and all of your work. As a New Yorker, I've seen so many different ways that you've impacted the place where I grew up, that was home, born and raised. And this isn't a mission that you started 14 months ago. It was a mission that you started decades ago, and grateful for your passion. Thankful for the entire team at HHS for being here and being part of this momentous day for drinking water in the United States. Now, shortly after his swearing in last year, President Trump created the Make America Healthy Again Commission, chaired by Secretary Kennedy. Under the leadership of Secretary Kennedy, it's been an honor to serve as part of this significant initiative that has brought together so many different agencies to collaborate. And that's one of the things that we've seen from President Trump time and again. I've experienced it with the National Energy Dominance Council as well. You have these different agencies that were siloed off in the past. They're just focused on their own equities, in their own worlds. They're not coordinating. They're not cooperating. And as a result, you end up with a less efficient government. But the culture that we have inside this administration is for a maximum amount of collaboration. And that is why we're here today. And we're taking major steps in today's announcement to make America healthy again. I'm pleased to announce a landmark set of actions by EPA to safeguard the nation's drinking water from microplastics, pharmaceuticals, forever chemicals, and dozens of other contaminants. At the heart of these actions is our draft 6th contaminant candidate list, known as CCL6, which we are releasing today for public comment. CCL6 is a critical tool under the Safe Drinking Water Act that drives research, funding, and future regulation of emerging threats in public water systems. The draft CCL6 includes 4 contaminant groups: microplastics, pharmaceuticals, PFAS, and disinfection byproducts. It also covers 75 chemicals and 9 microbes that may be found in drinking water. And now, for the first time in the program's history, EPA is designating both microplastics and pharmaceuticals as priority contaminant groups. This is a direct response to the concern of millions of Americans who have long demanded answers about what they and their families are drinking every day. It's also a credit to the tireless efforts, research, and advocacy of the dozens of microplastics and drinking water experts, including many who we have here in the room today. This draft CCL6 is going to help us prioritize funding, research, and information collection. This will allow us to better understand the potential risks of these substances in drinking water while advancing gold standard science. For too long, Americans have been ignored as they sound the alarm about plastics in their drinking water. That ends today. By placing microplastics on the contaminant candidate lists for the first time ever, EPA will follow the science, will pursue answers, and will hold ourselves to the highest standards to protect the health of Americans. Today's announcement marks the beginning of a 60-day public comment period, and we encourage Americans far and wide to make their voice heard and to give us feedback. We want your input. I can't think of an issue that hits closer to home for American families than the safety of their drinking water. And I want to be clear, this is just the first step in the regulatory process. The human health benchmarks for pharmaceuticals are not regulations, are not enforceable on their own.
It's EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin speaking right now, talking about drinking water safety, some additional steps that are being taken when it comes to federal regulations about microplastics and a number of other things as well. He's also speaking as we've seen his name floated in reporting that he could be considered by President Trump to replace Pam Bondi as U.S. Attorney General. The news of her firing breaking this afternoon. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more coming up in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back into Florida Live. Our time together winding down here on Fox 35 TV, but we want to let you know that our live streaming news coverage continues next on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. And as we continue to follow the breaking news this afternoon out of Capitol Hill and the White House hearing the firing of Attorney General Pam Bondi, we are getting ready to speak with Congressman Maxwell Frost, a Democrat from Florida's 10th District in Orlando. He's a member of the Oversight Committee that is wanting to see Pam Bondi testify before them as part of their ongoing Epstein probe. So we're going to speak with him in just a couple of minutes. He's joining us via Zoom. And we're talking to him at 3 o'clock. So if you are watching us on Fox Local, YouTube, or Facebook, sit tight. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with that live interview at the top of the hour. So we hope you join us for that. Have some questions for him about what he thinks about the firing of Pam Bondi, and also want to get his reaction, his take on some of the names that we are hearing that could replace Pam Bondi in that role. So you're going to want to stay tuned for that on our live streaming platforms as our news coverage continues on this Thursday afternoon. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live. We've got much more to come. Just keep it on Fox Local, where the news is on around the clock, and I'll give you a live look at Daytona Beach again from our Hard Rock Hotel camera right now. Thanks for joining us, and we'll have more soon.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us now at this 3 o'clock hour, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. And we're continuing to track the breaking news out of our nation's capital, where we've learned from the White House that Pam Bondi is out as U.S. Attorney General. Deputy AG Todd Blanche named as acting Attorney General in the interim. We're continuing to get the reaction to this. We've brought you a number of reactions on social media that we have seen, including thanks from Senator Rick Scott, Republican from Florida, thanking Pam Bondi for her service as Florida's Attorney General while he was governor, and then also as U.S. Attorney General. We've also talked about the statement from the leaders of the House Oversight, the Democratic ranking member on the House Oversight Committee, saying that this is not going to get Pam Bondi out of testifying before the House Oversight Committee in their ongoing Epstein probe. And so I'm pleased to be joined this afternoon by one of the members of that House Oversight Committee, and that would be Congressman Maxwell Frost, a Democrat from Florida's 10th District, who joins us live now via Zoom. Congressman Frost, we appreciate your time today. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
First, I just want to get your initial reaction to the news of Pam Bondi's firing today.
I'd say two things. Number one, of course, we're glad to see that Pam Bondi has been fired. Months ago, we called on her to either be impeached or fired due to her blatant disregard for the Constitution and the rule of law, due to her work at essentially using and weaponizing the Department of Justice to go after President Trump's political rivals. And third, and the thing that's top of mind for me, the fact that she has been engaged in one of the greatest cover-ups we've seen from the executive branch as it relates to the Epstein files, and her defiance of the United States Congress when we've worked in a bipartisan way to provide transparency and justice for the survivors as it relates to the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein. And so we'll see where things go from here. But I think the most important thing that folks have to realize is I think part of the reason the president has made this decision is to try to get her out of the bipartisan lawful subpoena that we issued her in early March of last month, or early March. It is important that people know that this does not absolve her of that lawful subpoena, and she will still be required under the law to testify in front of the United States Congress.
So, from your understanding is that things are going to continue to move forward, and you expect her to testify under oath.
Yes, that is the law. She is we put her name in that subpoena. It's a bipartisan lawful subpoena that we issued her. Her status of employment is irrelevant to the subpoena itself. She could go on to work at a restaurant. She could go on to be a lawyer. She could go on to be a teacher. It doesn't matter what she does next. She is required by law to testify in front of the United States Congress. Now, that doesn't mean that Republican Chair James Comer might not to try to bring up a vote to essentially nullify the subpoena we sent. He might, attempt to do that to essentially allow her to get away from the accountability that's needed. I think he'll have a tough time convincing the Republicans that voted with us to subpoena her that now, because her employment status changed and now she doesn't know anything about the Epstein files. I mean, that's not true. And so no matter what she's doing and no matter what her employment status is, she still needs to testify in front of the United States Congress, and we'll continue to push on that. We're not letting this go just because Donald Trump fired her.
Yeah, how do you anticipate this playing out? I mean, you talk about some of the things that could happen that have been frustrating to many people who have been following this probe all along. Some of what seemed to be the games back and forth and trying to get people to testify and all that kind of thing. So what do you think? How do you think this plays out?
The way it needs to play out, if we're following the law, is that she's going to be in front of us on, I believe the date is April 14th or 15th, just in a couple of weeks here. She'll be in front of us in a closed-door deposition under oath. If they want to try to continue this cover-up, what we'll see is that James Comer will pull together the Oversight Committee and put forth a vote to try to nullify the lawful subpoena that we issued. And his argument will be, well, she's no longer the Attorney General, so why do we have to speak with her? And the rebuttal is really quite simple. Her employment status does not change what she knows and the cover-up that she participated in. And the information that she still has is of great relevance and importance to the Oversight Committee, both Democrats and Republicans, as we seek transparency as it relates to the Epstein files. And so we're going to continue to push hard on that. And it's been good to see Democrats across the country bring this up in every statement as it relates to Pam Bondi being fired. The president should know that her firing does not change the course of accountability.
I want to get your take on her time as Attorney General. We know she's faced criticism before from Democrats specifically for essentially the allegation not standing up for the rule of law, but doing too much to kind of bow the Justice Department to the will of the president. Your take on that?
Yeah, that's 100% what she's been doing. And in fact, a lot of reports are saying that one of the main reasons he fired her is because he felt like she wasn't doing enough to persecute his political rivals. We've seen this with members of Congress being persecuted and indicted. We've seen this with political rivals, with other companies being persecuted and indicted by the Department of Justice. And a lot of those lawsuits have been thrown out or have not been successful because they were frivolous. And I think the president's going to look for someone else who can be his lapdog at the Department of Justice to persecute political rivals with cases that really have no basis. I think the other reason why she was fired has to do with the Epstein investigation. I think he doesn't like that. I guess he thinks that she wasn't sufficiently covering up his involvement or his friendship or his relationship or the relationship his friends had with Jeffrey Epstein. And I think he's upset that she got herself a lawful subpoena that was put forth by both Democrats and Republicans. So we'll see where things go, but it's, the Department of Justice is supposed to be a branch that is outside the fray of politics and focuses under equal justice under the law for every single person, no matter who they are, and following the Constitution. Pam Bondi has not done that. All you have to do is look at that disgusting oversight hearing judiciary hearing that she had, where she, number one, we learned that she was spying on members of Congress, which is illegal. And then number two, it was just a blatant disregard for our work as members of Congress to conduct lawful oversight over the Department of Justice. I mean, she was more of a bully than an attorney general in that hearing. And I think that also contributed to her demise here as attorney general.
You mentioned the reports that she may have not done enough to advocate for the president. If that's the case, does that concern you then for whoever might be put up as a nominee to replace her?
Yes, 100%. I think whoever this president puts up for any position, the thing top of mind for him will always be, how is this person going to defend me and me only? Not about who's going to do the best job, not even about who's going to do the best job for my party, which is also the wrong way of thinking about things, but he doesn't even care about the Republican Party. It's about, how is this person going to serve me? And if at one point in time I ask this person to do something that is outside of the law, will they do it without asking any questions? That is the top prerequisite for being in the cabinet of Donald Trump. And he learned that the first term. The first term, he had some people in his cabinet that wouldn't break the law for him. And he learned his lesson, I guess. And now he wants to ensure that everyone in his cabinet is fully able and ready to cover up things for him, to break the law for him, to do whatever he wants. And so not for 1 second do I think he'll put forth a reasonable conservative pick to be the next attorney general. It'll just be someone else who he thinks will do even more than Pam Bondi did to protect him.
A couple of the names we've heard in reporting this afternoon: Janine Pirro, Lee Zeldin. Your thoughts on either one of them?
Both lapdogs already in the Trump administration. They've already been engaged in doing everything he wants to try to persecute political rivals and enemies. And so I think, as we talk about Janine, on Lee Zeldin, we've seen that he has essentially taken the corporate handbook and brought it to the EPA to completely gut environmental protections we have in this nation that protect rural communities, that protect small cities and towns across the entire country. And I'm sure he'd do the same exact thing. So I'm not surprised by any of these names.
We did just get a post on social media from Pam Bondi saying, over the next month, I'll be working tirelessly to transition the Office of Attorney General to the amazing Todd Blanche before moving to an important private sector role I am thrilled about and where I'll continue fighting for President Trump and this administration. Leading President Trump's historic and highly successful efforts to make America safer and more secure has been the honor of a lifetime in easily the most consequential first year of the Department of Justice in American history. She goes on to say, as we scroll down a little bit here, since February 2025, we've secured the lowest murder rate in 125 years, secured first ever terrorism convictions against members of Antifa, shattered domestic and transnational gangs across the country, taken custody of more than 90 key cartel figures, and won 24 favorable rulings at the Supreme Court. I remain eternally grateful for the trust that President Trump placed in me to make America safe again. Congressman Frost, your reaction to this post and her contention about the crime rate and that their actions of her time in the Department of Justice have made America safer?
Two thoughts. Number one, she did not write that post. I mean, the way it's written is exactly what was in Donald Trump's Truth Social post, where it says she's very thrilled about a position in the private sector and some other parts of that. So I highly doubt she wrote that herself. She was probably fed it from someone in the comms department of the Trump administration, or the president might have written it himself. The second thing that I think is important is, yes, the past 3 years in this nation, we've seen the murder rate, homicide rate, and gun violence go down the most it's ever gone down. Do you know when that started, though? It started under the Biden administration after the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act was passed and the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention was created, when historic amounts of resources and capacity was given to ensure that we bring gun violence down in this country by funding community groups, mental health, the ATF, making sure that we invest in crime gun analytics, and ensuring that we crack down on the black market. These are all things that Donald Trump and his Department of Justice have done everything they can do to take a sledgehammer to. The ATF is pretty much non-existent now, and a lot of the work that has been done around the black market and sales of guns doesn't happen anymore. And so we've seen historic lows in terms of gun violence and murders. Yes, that is not something Pam Bondi did. If you look at those numbers, they started under President Biden. with laws that were signed by or passed by a Democratic Congress, and the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, which was the bill I wrote that we were able to get President Biden to do an executive order on. And so she's taking credit for something that really started far before she was there. And unfortunately, many of us believe we're going to see gun violence tick up over the next few years. You know, a lot of times when you do actions as it relates to crime and gun violence, you don't see the results immediately. You see them a year after, 2 years after. I think, unfortunately, we're going to see some gun violence tick up in this country because of what the president and Pam Bondi have done. But time will tell, and we hope that's not the case. But she's taking credit for things that Democrats did.
Well, Congressman Maxwell Frost, we appreciate your time this afternoon. Thanks for jumping on with us to react to this breaking news that we've been tracking this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. It is 3:15, and we appreciate you joining us as we get you ready for Fox 35 Weather Plus at 3:30, then the 4:07, and Fox 35 News at 5 after that. So things are just continuing to roll on through as we head closer to the evening hours here on Fox Local. I want to talk a little more politics with you because of some interesting polling that came out today from Emerson College, looking at the governor's race here in Florida, looking at the Senate race, looking at redistricting, which is going to be a big topic here soon because the governor has called lawmakers into a special session for that. But some interesting new poll numbers showing a reaction to that issue and where Republicans even stand on that. But we start by taking a look at the polling that shows Byron Donalds with a commanding lead in the Republican primary. I talked with UCF political science professor Dr. Aubrey Jewett about these numbers earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus.
I think two takeaways from this. One, Donald Trump's endorsement of Byron Donalds still means a lot for many Republican voters in Florida. And that's why Byron Donalds has such a big lead in the polls against all the other folks in here. But two, the second takeaway, undecided's at 39%. Donalds is not quite at 50%. So potentially that leaves an avenue, a lane for one of these other candidates. Presumably, I would think Jay Collins or Paul Renner, right? Since Collins is the current lieutenant governor and Paul Renner is a former Speaker of the House. That leaves an avenue for them to make some gains, right? There are a number of people that haven't made up their minds. I would put Fishback as a long shot, right? Who knows? In politics, interesting things happen, but he would, to my mind, be considered more of a long shot compared to Collins and Renner, since they have had elected office experience before, and he's sort of running as an outsider.
I'm curious because, like, we talk about the undecided and kind of the opportunities there. Who do you think that would most benefit? Because if a Trump endorsement mattered that much to you, then you probably would already be saying, okay, I'm going to support Byron Donalds, even though we're pretty far out from actually having to cast that ballot right now. So what you mentioned who kind of stands the most to gain, but what do you think they might be kind of looking at there?
Well, I think it shows that among Republicans or Democrats, and that was just the subset of Republicans, there are still a fair number of people that just aren't really paying very much attention, right, to politics and to the election, even though it's at the end of the year. In their mind, okay, it's only April, early April. This election is not till August, the primary or what have you. So they're just not really clued in, right? Even if they may generally support President Trump, they may not be aware that Trump has endorsed Donalds, and they're just not paying attention. And that's just, and I don't say that in any mean way, that's just like the average Floridian is probably like that at this point. I discover that in my classrooms all the time, right? And they're often political science majors, but they're not that tuned in, particularly some months before the election. So that's probably explains the undecided more than anything else. I don't know that it's a referendum on President Trump and his, the power of his endorsement, or a referendum on like any of these other candidates that somehow, are just not good or something. I think it's mostly the undecided. It's truly just they're not tuned into that race yet. Yeah, that makes sense. And now let's talk about the general election race here that shows kind of looking at a couple of different hypothetical matchups between David Jolly as the Democratic candidate and Jerry Demings as the Democratic candidate, both of them against Byron Donalds in this hypothetical matchup. And what we're seeing is Donalds at 44% to 39% against Jolly, and then 45 to 36% against Demings. Does anything stand out to you about this? I mean, it seems like pretty similar numbers. Yeah, I mean, the numbers are fairly similar. I'm not shocked that maybe Jolly's doing a little better. He's been in the race longer. He probably has slightly better name recognition. And again, this far ahead of the elections, that's largely about name recognition. And Jolly's also been able to raise a lot more money than our local, Jerry Demings, Orange County mayor. Demings has not been in the race as long. And he really, of course, has this full-time job of being the mayor of Orange County, and there's been a lot on his plate. So he hasn't been able to dedicate himself full-time to campaigning like Jolly has, nor to dedicate himself full-time to raising money like Jolly has. But having said all that, right, it's still pretty close between Jolly and Demings. Clearly, they're about equal. They're just a few points apart. The bigger picture, probably to me, to take away from this, again, good news for Republicans. In this case, most likely Byron Donalds, but maybe not. They are ahead, and because Florida has so drastically changed in the last 5 years and become a more red Republican state after 2 decades of being a very competitive swing state, we would expect Republicans to be ahead. So that's sort of the good news for them. The slightly, I won't even say bad news, but the slightly worrying news, perhaps for them, and slightly hopeful news for Democrats, is you still got 17 to 19% of the folks in Florida say they don't know who they'd vote for. And yes, Republicans are up, but they're only up by like 5 points. If you look at the Jolly versus Republican candidate one, again, probably Byron Donalds. Well, you got 17% undecided. And you tie that with a number of the special elections we've seen in Florida and around the country that have favored Democrats. I read one study that said there's been 30 special elections for state legislatures since Trump was elected, and Democrats have won every one of them. That was, or where there was a flip, I should say. Not they haven't won every seat, but where there was a flip, where they were able to actually change party control, every one of them's gone Democratic. You see what happened in New Jersey. You see what happened in Virginia in their regular elections in 2025, sort of the opening midterms. that suggests Democrats have a pulse, even here in Florida, and they have a chance when you look at those numbers.
The fact that if it's even that close, I think Democrats at this point would take that, given some of those.
Absolutely, given what's happened to them over the last 4 years in Florida. As I said, at least it gives them some hope. Doesn't mean they're going to win. They might, but Republicans. And to be clear, Republicans are still favored. They're ahead in those polls.
Mm-hmm.
Voter registration lead of like 1.5 million now, right? So Republicans are definitely still favored. But I'll just say that the poll results suggest that Democrats do have an outside shot.
And one quick note on the Demings campaign. We've seen reporting from Politico that he's making some shakeups among his campaign staff and leadership there. So we'll see if the strategy changes, if things maybe change in the coming weeks for that. Meanwhile, let's talk about the Senate race here. And Ashley Moody up for election for that seat for the first time. Alex Vindman, who's been has raised quite a bit of money. Angie Nixon, a state lawmaker. Mujica, we have learned, has dropped out of the Senate race this week, and making that announcement, and now running for a House instead. So you can kind of forget that one. But 38% to 46% and 36% to 47% again. So we're seeing very similar numbers, not just between those two races, but also between the Senate and the governor's race when it comes to these margins right now, Dr. Jewett.
Yes. And again, I think that's absolutely true. For the Senate race, it's pretty similar to what we see in the governor's race, just a slightly wider margin if you look at the tightest race in the one versus the tightest in the other. Moody's doing just maybe a tad better. That's probably not shocking because voters know her a little better. As I said, a lot of these early polls are just as much about name recognition as they are about anything else. And since Ashley Moody has run statewide and won statewide as Attorney General before, and of course now has gotten a lot of free publicity since she's been appointed U.S. Senator, her name recognition is pretty good. Again, having said that, the difference, say 46 to 38, 8-point lead, you'd certainly rather be ahead than behind. But with 16% undecided, if undecided voters strongly in Florida and across the country went Democratic, which could happen. We do know in midterm elections, the president's party on average loses seats. That's just a thing that happens over the last, maybe 23 out of the last 25 midterms. Then Democrats, again, they have a pulse, they have a chance. So I think that's probably the news out of here is Republicans have to feel good that they're ahead. On the other hand, they do know that they're an election cycle that favors the Democrats. And these poll results show that there's still fairly large number of undecided voters that if those voters largely broke the other way, upsets are possible.
Now, I want to talk about this one of the big issues that it asked about, and that's the mid-decade redistricting. I talked at the beginning about how the governor has already called a special session on that. What we see is that a majority of Floridians say that's a bad idea. 56%, 65% of Democrats polled say that, but also 43% of Republicans say that. What do you make of these numbers?
I say they're not shocking because just a little over a decade ago, we got more than 60% of Floridians to say we wanted to have quote unquote fair districts, the fair districts amendments, which provided that you wouldn't have gerrymandering to try to help a party or an incumbent when you draw these maps. And so more than 60% of Floridians, including a number of Republicans at the time, voted for that. And so it's not shocking to me that the average voter in Florida today would say, okay, look, mid-decade redistricting. I know the governor sometimes has said, oh, well, it's about, we've had an increase in population, or somehow they made a mistake the last time and they didn't give Florida enough seats. And so there's an apportionment thing. And maybe the U.S. Supreme Court's going to change the rules about racial redistricting. He said all these things, but most people know that at the heart of this, it's partisan gerrymandering. It's going to be an attempt because basically President Trump has said that, right? I mean, he said that out loud. He wants the Republican states to do this so he can try to keep control of Congress for Republicans. And so I think what this poll shows is that the majority of Floridians don't like that. I mean, they would prefer to keep the districts that we have and then just do redistricting every 10 years, like is the norm typically, except if there's a court case that requires you to do it. Not doing one in anticipation of a court case like the governor has talked about.
A conversation with Aubrey Jewett earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus. We have covered a lot of ground over the last 4.5 hours as we wrap up our time together here on Fox 35 News Plus. But the news doesn't stop. You're going to want to keep it right here on Fox Local because the Fox 35 Storm Team is going to be in with our Fox 35 Weather Plus, and you've got 407, Fox 35 News at 5, Fox 35 News Edge at 6 after that. So Fox Local is the place to be for your local news as we continue to track that and a number of developing national stories as well. So we will have more on those coming up for you in just a little bit. I appreciate you joining us today. I'll be right back here tomorrow at 11 o'clock for more Fox 35 News Plus. And as we wrap up our time together, let me give you a live look at downtown.